It's a great honor to be with you, and happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So, good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail, and we have the people that are most involved. We'll give you exactitude. And we're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches. I guess you would call it a search and rescue mission ever attempted by the military. Generally, when planes are knocked down in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group, an evil group, you can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one. And it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two. And in this case, we did two, and it might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent, but we got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to one or two. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. We're the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing, amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper-type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout, and he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher, and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas, so we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing. It was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapon system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes. They carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains, and we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand, so we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane, and then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes, and they got pretty well bogged down, and we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in, and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have, we have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up, and we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used, and couldn't have lived without them. They did, and they performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them, the rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt all 3 of them in a matter of I would say less than 10 minutes. It's pretty amazing what the genius of these people. Who would think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. The sand was, this was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine, right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. 1 load out, 1 load out. 1 load out. It happened, and we were watching, and we said, "That's amazing." It's in many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that if we would have had a runway or decent soil. But it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent, the genius. It's not even talent; it's genius. It's the whole ball game. Every one of them. If you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group, incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us. I tell you, well, it was the Easter, we were in the Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. It's amazing. Because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you, first thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines, how they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these 2 extraordinary rescues, because it was 2, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out more than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation, with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. You know, eventually you get lucky. But we got lucky too, because we got both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we say, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive. And we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic, boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. I'm so impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane. But they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go, pwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me, and many others that worked. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man he's central casting, okay? If we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe, he did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure you're supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it. But the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. A general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk. It might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the President who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the President put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the President can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the President's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the President to find our airman, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the President, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the President asked me to lead the CIA, he made it clear: get back to basics, no politics, no agendas, tackle the hardest problems, and execute the toughest missions. This President is about results, and now that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters, and all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis, and I'm grateful that this successful mission has given the American people a window into that as well. The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted by a Commander-in-Chief who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know that the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, we will leave no one behind. We will come for you. Thank you.
Well, John, thank you for the collaboration of the CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran, this was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it, none of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped, the meeting never stopped, the planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. A note before I start, I know many of you want specific details in these briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that we have to go do this again sometime. And I cannot stress the importance, as the President said, around operational security. The Secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said, several hours later on the morning, after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force, comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute, HC-130 Combat King IIs, HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescueman operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always bring you home. Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you have seen on social media, the helicopters took gas off the C-130s and pressed onward and forward up into the objective area. While this was ongoing and out in front of them, the Sandy flight of A-10s and other remotely piloted aircraft, drones, and other tactical aircraft were violently suppressing and engaging the enemy in a close-in gunfight to keep them away from the front seater and allow the pickup force to get into the objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury, and they are going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs. A Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha. He was recovered Friday afternoon. As I said, and the nation needs to know this, this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage, skill, and tenacity of the joint force and our leaders. And especially a daylight option, having the guts to try, means so much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the President and the Secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evaded. Using every means available, the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator. Their will to survive, their will to evade, their will to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible. On Saturday, 4 April, after establishing positive communications with the backseater, we learned, as the President said, that he was injured and actively evading enemy forces. And thanks to our interagency partners, we were able to get eyes on his location and positively ID him. Throughout this entire time, the enemy force continued to search for 44 Bravo, and the joint force continued to strike them over and over and over again. Fighting off marginal weather in Iran and the enemy's search for a second time on Saturday, at the recommendation of the CENTCOM commander and at the approval of the Secretary and the President, we launched a rescue task force to recover Dude 44 Bravo. Again, this came to the President and the Secretary for approval, this time with a much larger force package based on the time that the enemy had to prepare to find 44 Bravo. Again, this force was protected by A-10 Warthogs using the Sandy call sign. And this force had one single mission: do everything they can to bring an American home. This meant having a plan, being prepared to execute that plan, and, more importantly, being prepared for multiple, simultaneous contingencies. And because of this force's professionalism, grit, and determination, fight off two enemies at the same time: the enemy searching for 44 Bravo and contingencies, which anyone who has done these types of missions knows we run into every single time. The force fought off both of those enemies incredibly well. During the period of darkness on Saturday, and as the Secretary said, into Easter Sunday and into the daylight, the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 44 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others. The force fought through multiple simultaneous contingencies, something no other nation, no other military can do, and safely returned Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local Eastern time, Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 44 Bravo, both the front and backseater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated and them invading the enemy cannot be overstated. Their grit and warfighting tenacity is a direct result of the absolute trust they have in our rescue forces, their training, and their will to survive and return. They always knew that we would be ordered to go get them, and they always knew that we would be coming to get them. These two operations reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service members. We leave no one behind, bless you. It also perfectly captures the first truth of our Special Operations Forces, that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by, and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of them today. As the Secretary said to our enemies, this operation serves as a clear reminder of the capability and will of America's joint force. The United States of America will recover our warfighters anywhere in the world, under any conditions, when we want to. We will always bring overwhelming skill and firepower. To every member of the Joint Force, our interagency partners, the leadership at CENTCOM, and our leaders at the department and above, thank you. I'm proud of each and every one of you, and thankful to our deployed forces and their families. And lastly, and most importantly, to Dude 44, welcome home. Job well done. Thank you.
Pretty amazing, pretty amazing. And these two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been perfecto. You know, I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. And I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? It's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from... He was 40 miles away, and he said, you know, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving, and they said, you know, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain, vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being, I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. Stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically, and it's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have 2 quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a case fire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change. We do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say, here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to, and if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, we don't, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news. But you can't, it's so bad for the people that are so you just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us. But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there, what's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were, where they're coming from. This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights, you're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, AOC +3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is. Please.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No.
Good job.
Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within
No,
your-
there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. They weren't, it would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. This is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible, because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, but I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds. And hundreds of these people, it's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment, a lot of equipment, nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that that you were thinking, there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying, maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking,
Well,
this could have completely changed the
So
next
the
3
first
years.
one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. We're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that we have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, they're totally whatever. And they have probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well, I
What's
think
your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. I mean, women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is, if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel, and really the Arab world, if you look, because, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait, and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did, because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. Countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or a 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did, because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision, too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. and they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited, legally. I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now, because he's never been replaced, you know. And I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down. So I wish you'd read the book. But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts. And a lot of this is instinct. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran
I can't
and the
talk
US?
about ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that, but they'd like to do it.
Mr. President, you've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
You've listed
Thank
the
you, Mr.
goals.
President.
Who you with? Who you with?
My name is Diyar Kurd. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away? Or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death, I mean, you know, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and
Who you
international
with?
law.
Who you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
The failing.
Are you
You see
concerned?
circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going on
concerned
with it?
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, you know, from a policy standpoint, from a any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating
Quiet.
international law.
You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. Right. And we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down?
Can't tell you.
Or are you escalating
I can't tell
it?
you. I don't know. I can't tell you. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, well, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave him 11, I guess indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this. But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO, very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning. When I spoke to UK of all, I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my
Does it
choice,
take too
yeah,
much
because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together. The police got together. They all got together. They formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in. We were very successful. Military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general, said, I was on that site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set.
Top story to
They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment. It was Russian. And they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came, and they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work. And there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside. And remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands. We didn't have thousands. We had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about 2 people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know, and we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great Border Patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the Border Patrol. She never said, how are we doing? I used to call the Border Patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time, how are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. All right. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President,
thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this war?
I do, because
And have you sought
God
his
is good,
direction?
because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that. When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have 1 more to end, by the way. Okay.
President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Dasha, go.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting, including power plants, bridges. You've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want to
or
tell you that.
hospitals that you
I don't
would
want to
say
tell you
is
that.
off
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
Mr. President, on NATO, you voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, no, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got, and you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us, and I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys for staying with me to listen to our great POTUS, our great leader. I think that it takes a crazy man to be able to be in that position today. So I am not going to hate on my POTUS. I think he's doing everything that he's supposed to. So let me address this this quick little rebuttal here with gays. Let me tell you something, XK. Number one, you don't know shit about the Bible, so I understand that your ignorance is crazy. Now, here's the thing. Nobody's telling you to stop being gay. If you're gay, hey, listen, we love gays. We love the gays. There's nothing wrong with it. But when you talk about marriage, what is it? What is it that you want from marriage? You judge the Bible. You judge anything that the Bible says about marriage. What is it that you want out of marriage if you're already sinning willfully? And yes, you are able to do whatever you want. But for that sin, there's a consequence. You see, there's a difference with us being sinners and us, being weak, etc. The problem is when you sin willingly, you are not repenting. you are not being sincere with wanting to be a Christian. You see, we make decisions that we may not like, that we fight against it. But that's the thing, we fight. If I can tell you this, if I can tell you one thing, is this. Everybody in the world can be saved by the blood of Jesus Christ. Everybody. Will everybody? No. Because there will be a lot of people out there that will believe that living in sinful nature, it's okay because Jesus died for us on the cross. That's not what that means. Jesus Christ dying on the cross is not your get out of sin card. That's not how that works. There's still consequences. If you are gay and you know that this is against God's will, then Jesus Christ says that you must deny yourselves. We must deny ourselves so that we can be saved. Now, whether you want to be gay, hey, whatever. Whether you want to go and say, I want to be married, for what? For what? Tell me, what benefit does it give you to be married? None. Nothing. If anything, you actually get taxed more. If anything, it is a burden to be married nowadays, which is crazy. But there is that. So I wanted to address that because you're going crazy on my chat here a little bit. But good question. I think you have a solid question. There's nothing wrong with it. But you have to understand something. A lot of people come into my chat and they start judging biblically. And I allow people to call in. That's the beauty of this show, right? Let's allow people call in. I will warn you, if you say that I'm lying, prove it. Go ahead. Lines are open. Fantastic. If you want to challenge me biblically, let's talk biblically. Let's talk biblically. There we go. Like, when you see this right here, we're ready to go. We're ready to go. No, married couples don't get tax break. Maybe in your state. Not here. Not here. They're supposed to, federally, yes, but state-wise, no. The states where you live will be the difference on if it's something good for marriage or not. So all the people that says that I'm liar, I have no facts, blah, 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 there's a phone number. Give me a call. In the meantime, I wanna address something that I shared yesterday. Sunday is my weekends is my overtime podcast. So let's go ahead and address this real quick. Now I will show you here when this is true. Okay, so here we go. City, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. There is no essence on anything that you're saying. Give me a call. Let's take a listen to see what you're saying. Yeah. Go ahead. Washington State. Go ahead. Give me a call, guys. Give me a call. But you want to get married? That's up to you. That's up to you. I will say, if you're gay, just don't get married. It's not good for you. It's not good for you. If you're gay, don't get married. That's my advice. All right, go ahead. Give me a call. 425-583-1155. You're watching the Dennis Herrera live show with me, Dennis Herrera. So I'll give you a chance to go ahead and share some of your insights with me. Let's have a conversation. Here we go. What can Trump or Congress do to make housing more affordable? This is truly the biggest issue for my generation. It's extremely frustrating. And you know what? That's I see you, Isaac. I see you. Well, let me share something, and I want you to do this. Okay. Now, I have chosen always to be on the Democratic side, but not right now, because most of the people that have been watching my show by now, they know why I don't support Democrat politicians. They've gone off the trail. They're gone. They are no longer Democrats, okay? They become the new Socialist Democratic Party, which it's made up Marxist, Communist, Socialist ideologies. All three in one, kind of like the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, but this ones are ideologies of man, the beast, so to speak. Let's see. No, Dennis, just answer Isaac's questions. What is the policy that will help his generation? Ron, I know you have no answers. There's a phone number here that you can use. So shut the hell up if you don't put any information on there. Now, with that being said, I've noticed that every single Democrat politician right now, it's acknowledging that the affordability crisis that we have right now, it is caused due to high regulation and taxation by the current Democrat governors and mayors in your blue states and cities. I say that because I've been covering debates amongst Democrats that are running for office. And I have to say it that way because if I say it a different way, you don't understand or you won't believe. You will think, oh, there's a Trumpster guy. Well, right now he's doing what I want him to do. He's doing exactly what should be done. Now, whether other, people like me disagree with him, that's okay. But I see the bigger picture. I know where we're at. I know what we need to do. So with that being said, what I want to hear from the libtards on my chat is, I want you to go ahead and contradict me, to tell me that I'm lying. Give me a call. Tell me, what great thing is your Democrat governor and mayor doing to help affordability? Tell me what they've done. Go. You can put that on the chat. You can put that on the chat or you can call me. Either way, I guarantee you that you will have nothing to say about it. No, it doesn't matter what policies we put on our side. As long as you have Democrats running your government and state, it doesn't matter what policy we put in. And biggest, if that is true, you need to get him out of there. You need to get somebody that's going to do something. Now, when you say that your Republican governor's not doing anything, who is that? What's the name of the governor and what state? Because I can give you Governor Bob Ferguson, Washington State, and there you go. Yeah, Mandan regulated rent greed. Is that right? You think it's greed or necessary because of all the taxation and regulations imposed on business people? You guys, sometimes, I'm sorry, but you guys have no common sense. But it's okay. I know a lot about real estate, property, and all that stuff. So that's okay. So things that I'm very good at, it's going to be real estate and apartment communities and housing. Immigration, those are my strong suits. So you go ahead and attack me on those. And if you want to go religious, we can always go religious. But let's go. Let's take a listen. Let's get some facts out there. Now, you guys are looking at the phone number in there, but somebody doesn't know how to dial it. Okay. Now, don't block your number because if you if anybody calls in just to use a bunch of cuss words and not even have a conversation, I will be able to block you. That's why I don't let people block their number. No contradiction. What is the plan? What? You did not answer Isaac's questions. Thank you very little, Dennis. Runs. You know what? I'm going to ignore your comments from now. It doesn't matter what we do. We are already doing it, and all they do is raise taxes, and that's it. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Let's see, what else we got? Mandami said everything was going to be free. Yes, everything is free. And, yeah, nothing is free, and everything got more expensive. That is the mentality of the Democrats. How about you call my number? That's what you can do. How about you put a super chat on there and tell me that you're serious about your questions? No EBT is allowed on YouTube. Sure. Nah. Streamlabs, thank you so much. Get him, Streamlabs. Get him. Look, that way you don't blame me. You don't blame my moderators. See, Streamlabs knows that you're an asshole and you are blocked. Oh, man, that is fantastic. That was fantastic. We are $40 trillion in debt. Yes, good math. You scream and hang up. I scream at libtards trying to cuss me out. And yes, I hang up on retards. Anybody, come on. Somebody can call the number. Somebody that hasn't been blocked. All right, Isaac says, but I'm in New Hampshire. What is that? Taxes are not being raised, yet I'm in the hottest housing market in the country. Republican governor. I don't care about red or blue, just want the American dream back. So let me see. What's the name of your governor? I don't know everybody's governor, but I can tell you this. If I know your governor, I will find information on your governor and see what he's doing, and then I can compare to see what he's doing wrong. You can't just, blame somebody because you don't like them or because they're on the opposite team that you want to support. That's not how I work. If you ask me a question, let me tell you something. I am a person that if you don't know how to talk to me, I'm going to give you back the same vibes that you give me. If you're insulting me, if you're disrespectful, you're going to have the worst experience with me. But if you're respectful and you are actually intelligent to have a conversation where you can analyze things, then you're going to have a great conversation with me. Because you will actually interest me. You will turn on my peak on what you want to talk about. But because you are ignorant, you can't call in and you can't have a conversation with me. You don't know how to debate. You have no decorum when we're talking. And that's just the way it is. I get it. But you don't blame me for that. No, I'm not talking about you, Isaac. I'm talking about these other people. I think Governor DeSantis is great. I think Governor DeSantis is fantastic. Governor DeSantis is against property taxes. Governor DeSantis is a governor who actually wants the American people to own their houses, to own their cars, to own their luxury items like boats, etc. And I think that's great. To where you live with a Democrat, state, like here in Washington State. I've been saying it over and over, and nobody listens. People already pick a Democratic side. That's fine. You want to go with your logic and you want to be loyal to the party. I am a Democrat, a real Democrat, not like this fake Marxist, communist, socialist that we have today. I am a real Democrat. Remember what a real Democrat stand for? We stood for border control. We stood for no illegals in this country. We stood for Americans first. We stood for the local economy to be vibrant. We stood for factory jobs to be here in the States. We stood for Make America Great Again before even Ronald Reagan came in office. And we also stood for Made in America. We have been very proud about the United States of America. And now people have flipped. You don't even recognize them. You don't. What do you think that I say Marxist, communist, about the new socialist Democrat? No spamming. Don't spam. ¿Quieres ser un cerote? Sea un cerote en tu propio tiempo, cabrón. A la verga. Get out of here. Why do I say this? Okay, well, here, I'm gonna tell you why, and this is proof. If you go and look at this No Kings rally, the one thing that you will notice associations that are associated with Communist China. They are protesting with funds from communist parties, from Marxist parties. All these movements are funding. There's a lot of institutions that are funding the new socialist Democrats. And my friends, Soros is a big communist. If you don't know that by now, you are stupid. I am so sorry to tell you that way. But you got to look at the way it is. Every time they go on a protest against President Donald Trump, follow the money. Who is paying them? Who is paying them? Oh, please. Big. As much shit as you've been talking over here and you don't know that, I can no longer take your comments seriously. Gas price. Okay, sure. How much is gas price here in Washington State? Right now, the gas price, it's averaging between $5 to $5.50, depending on the gas station. Okay? About $1.47 to $1.50 off of that is regulation and taxes. So if the gas a gallon here is $5 minus $1.50, how much is that? $3.50. That's the price of gas. Imagine, even with this whole thing that is being affected throughout the world, gas prices are not as high as they were during the Biden administration, which peaked at $5.72 for me, $5.62 here in Washington State, and there was no conflict in the Middle East. There was nothing going on except pure stupid administration. Dumb-ass policies that, by the way, only made Democrat politicians richer. That's simple. Every Democrat denied egg prices aren't down, gas prices aren't down, blah, blah, blah. You know what? Now the prices are up. Now you can say something. So when the prices go back down to what they were before, I also want to hear it from you. But you know what? That's not going to happen because it doesn't fit your rhetoric. It goes against your agenda to destroy the orange man. That's just not the way I roll. See, I don't hate Trump. I don't hate Biden. I can say some of the things I didn't like about him, but I don't hate Biden. All I know is that Biden's career as a politician is a failed career. As a politician, he didn't do shit to help America all of the decades that he's been in office. The Democratic Party from 2008 and up here, they have done nothing but destroy the American economy. I like how everybody says, oh, we're $40 trillion in debt, and they blame Trump. Is that right? You're talking about Kamala Harris will be a better president? Listen, if she doesn't have anybody to BJ, she's not going anywhere. She definitely has no brains. Getting excited about electrical school buses. They're so cute. We're not children. Maybe all you guys on the left side like to be talked like children. And I can see that because I have to keep putting you guys in the corner. Today, I let Streamlabs take care of that. Not my president, they say. Whatever happened to protecting democracy? Whatever happened to fighting for democracy? Not my president. Is that right? When the majority of the country, we, the people, when you have the majority winning is we, the people, vote for a president in office without cheating, by the way, where is the democracy? Where is your righteous, fake-ass righteousness about democracy? We got Venezuela. It's an ally now. We're not enemies. There's no more sanctions on Venezuela. Aren't you happy for that? I would think that you'd be happy for that. Now, let me bring it down here to the nitty-gritty of what I believe is happening in this country. Now, a lot of libtards out there have flipped from, oh, I was a Republican. Bullshit. You've never been a Republican, by the way. And I will be, more honestly, I would take your opinion a little bit more. I will take your opinion a little bit more if you were actually honest and saying, listen, I'm actually a Democrat, but I voted for Republican before. Then you can say that. Or just say, listen, country before party. Okay, I will take your comments seriously. But the moment that you come in here and you just go off because you hate President Trump, it is what it is. It is what it is. You can say, you hate MAGA supporters. Let me remind you who those MAGA supporters are. Those are American citizens. And if you retards didn't know that, now you know. What makes you think that we are going to work together when you guys, every single time that you stand for illegal immigrants, every single time that libtards want to destroy our democracy, not Republicans, but you guys want to destroy our democracy, want to destroy the nuclear family. You want to destroy this country by your rhetoric, which is very corrupted. It is the truth. Now, here's a problem that you guys don't see. Right now, we have millions of illegal immigrants. And I'm not here to share my wisdom and knowledge with you just so that I can convince you. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever the hell you want with your life. And I'm just saying this. We are speaking the truth with facts. I'm sick and tired of showing you facts. It doesn't matter what I show you with facts. You still don't listen. For example, this is the niece of Soleimani's, one of the terrorists from Iran. Look at the way she dresses. Being a temptation to, well, not me because she looks ugly, but being a temptation to mankind. Where is her hijab? Where is her covering of her face? Nothing. You know why? Because they're in the United States of America, where they're free. There you go. That's the niece of the terrorist Islamist in Iran who beat the mess out of a woman because they don't have the hijab on. And yet, here she is. So whatever you're trying to sell, we're not buying. We're not buying. Here is the biggest example, and I'm going to show you right here. That is the biggest example, if I can get it through. And get this number out because all these cowards don't want to call. The biggest example of stupidity for those Americans who don't want to support us, the United States of America, and our military. Thank you, Cutting Edge, and good morning, bro. It's like Sharia law force you, but not for me. Exactly. Yeah, they're going to enforce Sharia law on every woman except for them. She is the niece. That is the niece. Matter of fact, she just got arrested. And I think she's going to get deported. I don't think she's deported yet. But she's going to get deported. And you say I'm lying. No, it's not a lie. There's a fact. They force women in Iran to wear the hijab, which, by the way, a lot of courageous women are wearing it less and less, and they're being killed. They're paying the price for it. And yet, one of them is here. Not only is she here enjoying her freedom that America gives her, but she's over there cheering for Khamenei. She's over there cheering for the Iranian regime. who beats and kills the women in Iran. Why would you support that? Why would you say I'm lying? You know I'm not lying. You know that's the truth. It is what it is. I want to know why you guys don't say something about that. Go ahead and say something about it. Put that on the chat. Hey, Derek, put that on the chat. Tell me. Do you see the hypocrisy? Let me see if you actually acknowledge. Let's see. I want to hear from the people that want to praise the Democrats. Put it on the chat and tell me, do you disagree that she should have a hijab? Me llamo Juan Canamey. Masco, goma, pego duro y tengo viejas de a montón. Chururú. Oh, man. See, that's what I stand for. I stand for truth. And I stand for freedoms here of Americans. Foreigners come from a third world country to impose the stupidity and the ugliness of a third world country. They don't want to assimilate to our rulings. And yet, they enjoy the freedoms that this country gives them. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, these people should worry about their own country. Absolutely, Derek. They know I'm right. Now, let me tell you something else. I believe that even, and I'm gonna try to be nice about it, but I believe that a lot of gullible people, they mean well. You know, they want to be humanitarian, etc. But most likely, these are people who are godless. Most likely, these are people who don't have a purpose in life. And these people are the most gullible. The most gullible. You know what? One of the tactics that Muslims have used huge throughout history, and I see it, they go to the poorest areas of the countries and give them a little bit of help, food or money, and they buy their loyalty, and they indoctrinate them that they are taken care of, but they're not. They are just being used. And it turns hatred amongst the people of those nations. I've seen this happen in the Philippines, in Cambodia, Thailand, all these third world countries that suffer with a lot of poverty. That's where Muslims go and recruit. They moved up in the world, and they have found out that a lot of Christian nations are very weak and gullible and stupid and ignorant. The Bible says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. Meaning you're gullible. You're slow. You have to use your common sense. And if you don't have common sense, there's nothing I can do to help you. I can give you the best policies. I can give you the best ideas. I can show you how to be a successful businessman. But it's not going to work with you. It's not going to work for you. In order for you to be a successful businessman, you got to have good working ethics. You got to be able to sacrifice. You got to be able to say no to the things that you want. And you have to say yes to the things that you don't want. Longer hours, saving, maintaining a budget, not buying the most luxury car, but an economical one that you can save money on. Invest. It's not for the weak-minded. You got to be able to sell. You got to be able to be out there and promote and do all these things. But it doesn't matter what plan I give you or the best ideas if you're not willing to do them, then what's the point of teaching you? So I open up this channel to allow people to come in and learn something. And I will always hope that they will teach me something. Now, I get it. You know what? I have so many facts that I have proven over and over and over in my channel. I'm not paying for views. I'm not paying for subscribers. The leftists do that. The leftists do that. I don't do that. They don't like the truth. You see how all of them left right now? I open up my line, they don't want to call. I tell them to tell me on the chat, what am I lying about? They don't put it down. I'm not blocking anybody. As a matter of fact, do I have any mods in here? No. I took the mods off. I want 0 excuses in my channel of why you don't call, of why you don't want to tell me what I'm lying about. No excuses. Don't think I don't read your comments. Oh, this guy will just block you because he doesn't want to hear facts. No. Coming over here and insulting people is not a fact, and there it is. What's a fact about, like here, crybaby? That's a good name for you. You sound like you just came from the border. I think that's an illegal immigrant right there, because I would think you sound like you just came from the border, he says. Which border? Which border? Don't you mean you sound like you just crossed the border? Oh, man. Please, please. Give me something, guys. Challenge me. Give me a challenge. Anybody. Somebody give me a challenge. You can handle the truth. Nobody's being blocked. Everybody's leaving because they know I'm telling the truth. It is what it is, crybaby. It is what it is. Yeah, you know what? I crossed the Mexican border quite a few times when I lived down in California. I used to drive down to Tijuana. And I used to drive down. You know what? It's actually pretty cool. I really do. I will say this. It is pretty cool to be able to go into Mexico and enjoy the Mexican culture. I mean, Mexican people are beautiful people. The culture is fantastic. And even though there's a lot of poverty there, you know, it's still beautiful. The people that I have encountered through all the years and the times that I've gone to Tijuana has been good. I've never encountered crime. I mean, that's a good thing for me. That doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. But I'm just saying I had a fantastic experience with Mexicans. I love Mexican people. They are my people. In one way or another, they are still my people. And I appreciate it. And we used to go to Tijuana with my friend because we will go to the pharmacy. And at the pharmacy, you can buy medicines. And I'm not talking about the little corner, you know, where somebody's selling you drugs or whatever. But I used to go down to the pharmacies, legit big pharmacies where they have the doctors and everybody is in there, big lines, blah, blah, blah. But we used to go buy vitamins, you know, immune booster shots, antibiotics, you know, and things like ampicillin, you know, etc. And you buy it for so cheap. And, you know, we don't even have to hide it. We don't even have to hide. We just put her in the bag, and you put her in the back seat. And when you're coming across the border again, you just give them your passport, you know, hey, welcome back. What did you, we went to the pharmacy. We just got a couple of the, you know, this and that. And, you know, they will look through the bag and be like, yeah, that's fine. Here you go. Have a wonderful time. I met the most beautiful people in Mexico. Let me tell you something. And I'm going to tell you a story right now. And then we'll get back to the States. When I flew down for vacation, I went down to this hotel called, I think in English it's the Hotel the Ferries, I think. Hotel Las Hadas. Okay, it's all white. It's in a peninsula enclosure, so there is no big waves. Beautiful, long, shallow beach, and it's so nice to be in. They're very relaxing. Okay, Adelitas. No. Here, hold on. Let me see. It's called Hotel Las Jaras Manzanillo. This is in Manzanillo, Colima. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you, the flight was from here. I took the cheapest flight, which sucked in a way because of the time flying, but it was awesome because it got to show me. I had to make a scale in Mexico City's airport. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you this. It really touched my heart, and it put a different perspective in my mind. I will tell you this, okay? I'm just being honest. This is what it is. I went to the airport. As I was gonna change planes, I had to go use the bathroom. Yes, number 2. And I went into the restroom, and there was this gentleman at the entrance, okay? And he will greet you very nicely, right? And you will go in there, and you do your business. And as soon as you get out, he comes in, sprays the seat, wipes it off, and I'm just like, whoa, I just used the bathroom. I just used the bathroom, and this guy just goes in there and cleans it up just like that. And I thought, penicillin as well. And I thought, man, what the hell? He just went in there. Number 2, I don't think you know what the number 2 is. But crybaby, you definitely are an illegal immigrant in my chat. This guy doesn't know what a number 2 is. Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. James Patterson, if you are here, I haven't seen your name, but thank you for that link that you sent me. I have actually watched that video. But anyway, so I got out of there, and I'm like, I don't have that much cash on me. And I told him, I gave him my $20, and I said, you know what, God bless you. What a humble job, guys. Like, seriously, what a humble job. The bathroom looked very clean, very taken care of. I mean, the bathrooms over here do the same. They take care of our bathrooms. They look very nice when you go to the airport bathrooms. But the fact that he did that, and then I didn't see anybody. Obviously, it's an international airport, so there's a lot of people from everywhere. But it was a very nice airport, and it was a great experience. I had the whole trip to Colima with that person in mind, and I wish I could do more, right? But he's earning an honest living. He's not out there stealing. He's not out there selling drugs. So my respect for that guy. Now, when I went to Manzanillo, the first thing that I thought when I got out of the airport, I'm like, oh my God, I'm back in Honduras. And the only difference is, like, maybe I went back in Honduras in the future where the airport was not taken care of because all the grass was overgrown and the jungle was eating the airport. But other than that, I really enjoy the experience of going to Manzanillo in Colima. And every single person in there in Mexico, very nice people, very festive, very hospitable, disciplinary for sure. They beat the crap out of their kids. But they were so respectful with, I don't know, maybe they're taking care of tourists. They know it brings the economy up, etc. But, shopping at the store, the airline didn't bring my luggage. I spent the whole vacation time without my clothing. And so the only clothing that I had is the clothing that I had to buy at the store in Mexico. And all the people, even the people that didn't work there, they all were very polite and they helped me out. I had a blast. So I have nothing negative to say about Mexicans. Now, that's just the regular people. I'm not going to say cartels are fantastic. I'm not going to say that thing about the president. I think she's corrupted. I think she's bad. I think she's bad news for the country. I feel for the Mexican people in Mexico. But I also acknowledge that those same Mexican people that come to this country and disrespect the United States of America, don't do that. Because then you lose my respect. You lose my respect. If you are in this country, you're going to respect the laws of this country. You got to respect the people that are this country. I didn't go over there and tell Mexicans how to live. I didn't tell them what to do. On the contrary. And I was like, hey, how do you do this? Hey, how do you guys do this? You know, I try to learn some of the cultural things that they do in Mexico because it's a little bit different than Honduras. And I loved every single second that I was staying there for 2 weeks, by the way. And I loved it. So when you come and visit this country, if you come here to this country illegally, I would just tell you, you should self-deport right now. But if you are in this country, you should do the same. You should try to figure out how Americans do things, how Americans love this country, what's positive about Americans. You know, instead of trying to bring your Mexican flag here and burning the American flag, what the hell is that? You get no respect. You're making Americans hate your whole culture, your whole country. You fighting for your so-called rights, your so-called human rights in the United States of America, you're making your people look like criminals who don't respect the law. And I don't care what anybody calls me. It is the truth. You don't go to somebody's country and take over and make it your. That's not how it works. You ask for permission before you go into the neighbor's yard. I'm going to tell you, I have lived in neighborhoods where there is no fence between the yards. I have kicked my soccer ball or the football over to the neighbor's yard. Not once do I think, well, that's my football, I'm going to go get it. Nope, I got to go find out. Are they home? Hey, is it okay if I go into your yard to grab my football? It's common sense and it's respect. It is the same thing when you go to another country. The fact that you have no respect for the laws of that country, whichever it may be, those laws are there to protect the people. And when you ignore those laws, what else are you willing to do? What else are you willing to do? With that being said, you have to understand, we have been invaded by millions of illegal immigrants. And no, it's not just Mexicans, it's not just Hondurans, Salvador. It's not just from here, from all over the world. We have enemies in other countries of the world. We got jealous people. We got envious people. There is people that hate Americans because they're tall. They hate Americans because they have all races in this country. They hate America because they have all these freedoms. And yet, they come to this country to ruin it. Get it right, sir. It used to be Gulf of Mexico. Now it's Gulf of America. I find it interesting that people don't want to hear the truth. But the truth is, you got to respect the country where you go in. In this country, we have many accents. The native Indians have accents. What about it? If ICE agents want to pull me over because they hear my accent, so be it. As an American citizen, I can tell you, I'm not afraid of that. You know what I notice on people? When you are in a company and all of a sudden they say that they're going to do an audit. Ooh, everybody freaks out. Oh my gosh, they're going to do an audit. And they walk around like headless chickens. You know what I do? I keep doing my job. Because that's what I get paid to do, baby. And I do it very good. So I love my job. And I do it with everything that I got, you know. I've always done my job to my liking. And I got a very high standard. So when I do my job and people hear, when the boss hears, I'm from Honduras, you know what the boss says? Do you have a brother? Do you have cousins? Do you know other people from Honduras like you that can come and make an impact in my company? That's what they say. That's what they say. So when I come over here to this country legally, and I respect the law, and I respect the people, and I give credit where credit's due, man, you know what people say? Man, do you know any more Hondurans like you? We need more people like you in this country. And I said, I agree. We do. We need more people like you, Americans, that love this country, that will never dare to burn the American flag. But what do we get instead? We get the reputation from all those illegal immigrants that come here to commit crimes, to abuse the system. And there's those illegals also that, yes, they broke the law. Yes, they are here illegally and they're working illegally. Yes, they should be deported as well. But they're good workers. They have no criminal records. And you know what? Well, they didn't qualify to come here legally, so they still got to get deported. But the fact is, they are still good people. But what do we see when everybody, if you are illegal in this country, you make all of us look like criminals? So yes, so when they say I have an accent and they want to prove that I'm an American citizen, I show them my passport. If I don't have my passport, well, I give them my license and they can look up my name. And whatever it is what it is. Is it an inconvenience? Yeah, sure. Sure. But how hard is it? How hard is it to just say, yeah, here's my passport. I'm an American citizen. What about it, sir? What about it? Nothing. Nothing. They're not going to do anything about it. They're going to say, thank you so much for your cooperation. And what I'm going to say is, can I please have a selfie with you? You have to understand, we have been invaded. And we need to protect this country. So what are you going to do as an American citizen? Go get a damn passport. Please tell me that you're an American citizen and you have a passport. And don't give me this bullshit-ass excuse, oh my God, but it's $130. Bitch, how much did you pay for your cell phone? How much? How much did you pay for your cell phone? No excuses. You are more than willing to give your ID, social security number, date of birth, full name to buy a cell phone. User, you are a clown. You are a clown. And I'm going to say this. If you didn't know, our enemies are right here with us. Some of them are here in the chat. And I'm not even that popular. I'm not popular at all. I've really got 18,000 subscribers. Where are they at? You know what most people tell me? I didn't get the notification. I didn't know that you were live. I get the message. I didn't even get a message on my phone, the account that I use to test my sound and all that stuff. No notification. So, is somebody suppressing it? Sure. Yeah, it could be that, haters, trolls, bots, all kinds of stuff. Nowadays, they can do whatever the hell they want to block the truth. And if I was in Iran, I want you to tell me this. If the Iranian regime is so wonderful that you guys keep rooting for the United States of America to lose, why is it that we don't hear from Iranians? Why is it that they block all communication to the exterior world? Why is it that we don't get to see the truth as it evolves? Why is it that we don't get to see all those movements and people out on the street doing what they do? Why does the regime block internet access? Think about that before you retards put something stupid in my comments. Maybe we should do the same here. Maybe we should block CNN, MSNBC, ABC, and all these other bullshit legacy media outlets. How about we do that? How about we block Fox and everybody else? What kind of country would this be? How about we actually go and take the rights away from the people? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? It's unbelievable. Let me tell you why you have no common sense. Let me tell you why you don't know who you are. Let me tell you why you have a need to go out into the world and find out who you are. Because you don't know God. That's why you don't know who you are. We were all created in His image. That's how much He loves us. But you don't know who you are. You support destruction amongst us. You have millions of people that hate us because they're jealous, because they want what we have, because they want to punish you, they want to torture you. And just like the days of Noah, when people were laughing at Noah building the ark, all the evil men laughing, mocking, cursing, continue to sin freely. That's exactly how people are today. It is historical. It is historical. But destruction follows soon after the great rebellion. And there is a day when the door of the ark shuts on all of those people who were mocking and laughing and cursing. And that will be a bad day for them. But those who stay steadfast and continue to believe in God and continue to plow forward, those people will actually see the kingdom of God. And I think that's fantastic. But we have been infiltrated in so many different levels. People want they want us to believe that God doesn't exist. This is Marxism. God doesn't exist, therefore you have no conviction. And even though you still feel kind of guilty, you still do it. That or you're already possessed with demons. Your mind is so polluted with evilness and sexual perversion. You go out there and you think that you're having fun with all these men and women. To each his own. But let God not come in a time when you are being sinful. Let God not catch you being ignorant. Because God's great. God's mercy is great. But only if you accept it. I'm not going to force you to accept it. You have this fake religion that has infiltrated our country. You have a woman who was a great supporter of Obama and the administration. And she vowed to bring Sharia law to our country. I praise the holy name of Jesus Christ. I worship and I wait on the Lord, the God Father, God the Father, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That is in whom my trust lays in. And it doesn't matter, Cone, how demonic or evil you want to be on my chat. That is you, sir. That is you. You're sealing your own doom. I'll tell you that right now. I thank you for stopping by my channel. Why don't you go spam on one of those libtard channels? But don't spam on my channel. All right? Have a good one. For those of you who love this country, who truly love this country, you cannot be gullible. You should question everything. I don't have a problem with you questioning President Trump and what he's doing. I believe in what he's doing. I believe that we have let these terrorists go freely for way too long for the fear of being politically incorrect. We don't care about that. We need to fight for our people and look for our benefits, look into our own interests. Why can I say that? Because you know what? This is the only country who is God-fearing, follows the law of God to the best that they can. Nobody's perfect. And we believe that God is in control. And you know, I thought for the longest time that I would feel sorry for those people who are left behind. But to be honest, I don't know. I don't know how sorry I'm going to feel for them. I don't know if I'm going to enjoy the punishment that's coming for them. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to feel. All I can tell you is I'm not going to stop fighting in my life. I'm not going to stop fighting temptation. Temptation is real. The devil is very real. And he's out there seeking to destroy everything that God has promised for us. But blessed are those who keep the faith, even though without seeing, they still believe in God. They still believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Muslims trying to backtrack now, saying they believe in Jesus. Oh, we praise Jesus. No, you don't. They don't. That's a lie. The devil knows that by giving you something that is true, you are easier to control, to manipulate. They will use the victim card to make you feel guilty, but you got nothing to be guilty about. All the sufferings in my life, those are my own life experience. Most of the sufferings in my life has been my own decisions. Those are consequences for my decisions. And all of the things that have been good in my life has been a reward from God for choosing the right things in life. You are being attacked from within. You are on the wrong side of history. I know you've heard that before. You support Iranian regime terrorists. You hate your own military. You hate your own country. They don't give a crap about our country. You think all these people come from third world countries to make our country better? No, they don't give a shit about your country. All they care is about using you and the benefits that this country gives. As I've said many times before, they're like locusts going from harvest to harvest to harvest, tearing everything apart and leaving nothing behind but desolation. Truth hurts, doesn't it? Truth hurts. We see it in London. We see it in France. Even Ireland. The Irish fought on the streets against all these Muslim foreigners who came to take advantage of their land and the benefits. And I heard that the Irish stood strong and fought against it. I need some Irish in this American culture. We need fighters who will stand up for their country. We need Poland's who believe that their country is special enough to protect it from terrorists. We need those English men who really believe on democracy, but also know how not to break it and destroy it like other Englishmen have done. There is history that you don't have to go that far in history to know that what's happening today is a very bad thing that has happened throughout history. Whether it can be hundreds of years ago, I can take you to just a year ago. I can take you to just a year ago. If you don't want to stand for the United States of America, just get the hell out of the way. Get out of the way. What are you doing? What is your purpose? You don't have a purpose. You don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. If I tell you that the cartels were working with the Sinaloa cartels and the Venezuela cartels were working with Americans, you won't believe it. Hundreds of tons of cocaine have been seized. Hundreds and thousands of terrorists have been arrested. Crime is down where people fight against it. Drugs are down where people fight against drugs. Prices are favorable when people take care of their people. But you're not going to believe the truth. Why does everybody want to go to Florida? DeSantis is fighting for no property taxes. They're fighting for tax cuts. They are attracting corporations, small business. They're making jobs available for people. The rich people, the millionaires from New York, are moving to Florida, which is going to make Florida more expensive, just to be honest. And the incompetence of the government in New York, it's so ridiculous that even when they see that their state is in trouble, they made promises that everything was going to be free. And now everything is more expensive. The governor in New York says she needs all these millionaires to come back. And yet she moves more billions of dollars out of the budget from New York to support stupid-ass programs that they should be cutting. I tell you the truth, but you will never listen to it because you don't know what the truth looks like. You swim in muddy waters. I like to swim in crystal clear waters where I can see the beautiful fish, where I can see the coral, where I can see the life underneath. You like to swim in muddy waters. You can't see the truth. You can't handle the truth. You don't even know what the truth is. It is what it is. But we're not going to watch this clip. We already know she is the niece of a terrorist who punishes women for not using the hijab, and yet she's over here looking like a damn stripper. Only in America. Only in America. Here's an interesting video that I've been wanting to watch. Now, I don't know what this is about yet, but we will find out together. And let's take a listen to this. This is the genius of government in New York.
Not created by working and middle-class New Yorkers. It should not be placed on their backs in order for the city to resolve it.
Mayor Zohran Mamdani repeatedly emphasized he does not want to raise property taxes on New Yorkers already struggling to afford their homes, nor dip into the city's rainy day fund. He's presenting state leaders with an ultimatum to help him fill the $5.4 billion hole in the city budget. Raise taxes on millionaires or corporations, or he'll have no choice but to raise those property taxes. The mayor was asked repeatedly about if New Yorkers would feel betrayed.
We're not talking about free buses. We're talking about dipping into the rainy day fund. We're not talking about taxing millionaires. We're talking about taxing working class people.
Well, I am talking about taxing millionaires. What we need to do is reckon with the structural nature of this and put ourselves back on the kind of footing that allows us to advance an agenda.
The budget gap is mainly due to ballooning rental assistance programs and spending to reduce class sizes in schools. The mayor says he's already working to find savings throughout city government. But budget observers like the Citizens Budget Commission call a wealth tax versus property tax debate a false choice.
The best option is to dig into the agencies, identify spending that is helping New Yorkers and keep it,
that is not helping New Yorkers and shrink it or eliminating it.
And local leaders who generally support the mayor say a property tax hike is a non-starter.
We have to stand up for homeowners, in particular black and brown homeowners, who have always been disproportionately taxed.
Governor Kathy Hochul has worked with the mayor on the budget and is already pledging more than $3 billion to help pay for his child care plans and to stabilize the budget. She, too, is skeptical of new taxes.
I'm not supportive of property tax increase. I don't know that that's necessary, but let's find out what is really necessary for him to close that gap.
Well, the mayor says if he has to do this, and again, he says he really does not want to. He's proposing a 9.5% across-the-board property tax increase against 3 million homeowners or property owners and 100,000 commercial properties. The Speaker of the City Council, the council would have to approve this, says this is not on the table right now. She wants to work with the mayor to find savings and efficiencies before a tax hike conversation even begins. Live at City Hall, Henry Rossoff, Pix 11 News. Yeah, it's getting messy in Albany right now, and today Democrats, which control every branch of state government and have for some time, passed what's known as an extender. So they get another week to figure out this budget, with tax hike being the big question that's being debated by both sides of the Democratic Party, and they're making sure that government employees are paid while this all sorts itself out.
I don't know how long it's going to be.
In saying they need more time to negotiate, New York state lawmakers indicated they are still far apart on a range of issues. Front of mind for most is taxes. Left-leaning Democrats, led by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, want to see an increase on income tax of millionaires and on wealthy corporations. Governor Kathy Hochul continues to maintain a tax hike with an increasingly stagnant economy, and as wealthy people are leaving New York is not an option. Her approach has angered the left wing of her party.
What person says, I will not negotiate at all raising revenue from the wealthiest New Yorkers who actually have the revenue to spend, but I'm going to harm the people who don't have revenue to spend and have been feeling the brunt of the decisions we made prior? That is why the Democratic Party is where it is.
The mayor's office has made clear that without more money from Albany, it will have to raise property taxes and potentially peel back city services. But Republicans are saying enough is enough, and the city and state need to control their spending. They feel that any tax increase, even one on New Yorkers who have the most, will hurt everyone.
Because even if they tax the rich, it will basically force people that have many means to move out of New York. And if they move out of New York, then in essence, we will lose their property taxes, we will lose their income taxes, we will lose their sales tax. They will leave and close their businesses. They will move their businesses out of state. Potentially thousands of people will lose their jobs as a result of that.
Another sticky issue Democrats are trying to work through involves New York's landmark climate legislation, which just a few short years from now in 2030 was supposed to drastically reduce emissions, particularly those associated with utilities. The governor is arguing now that the state cannot meet those goals, and forcing utility companies to meet those goals would mean they'd have to spend so much money that the rates would end up going up. So that's also being worked through in this budget cycle, and we'll see what comes out of that, with very real implications for that that gas bill, that electric bill, that Con Ed bill that you're paying every single month. Live in the newsroom, Henry Rossoff, Pix 11 News.
So the battle lines over the city's budget are being drawn as Mayor Zohran Mamdani says he is ready to take drastic action to close a $5.5 billion budget hole.
So Mayor Mamdani says the choice is simple: either tax the rich or force homeowners to pay more in property taxes. Needless to say, neither option going over well with some of his supporters. Controller Mark Levine in charge of keeping an eye on the city's financials, right? And he is our guest this morning to bring us up to date on the fiscal future.
So go ahead. Everybody that says that I'm a liar, I talk about the economy in New York. Well, here it is. I'm talking about taxes. You say I'm lying. You call me a liar when I say that the government doesn't want you to own a house. Everything that Democrats want, they don't want you to be an owner. They want you to be a renter. Last I checked, this country is a constitutional republic for the people, by the people, not for the government, by the government. F the government that thinks that they own everything in our lands. Those of you who think it's stolen land, why don't you go buy a house and then give it to somebody else that you think belongs in it? The retardedness that you have in your brain cannot be cured. There will be no common sense for you. It is what it is. But here it is. Continue listening to the truth. You don't have to hear it from me. Here we go.
Controller, good to see you.
Good morning, Dan and Hazel.
So let's talk about this. We talked about a few weeks ago a $12 billion budget deficit. Then it became 7, now it's 5.5, right? And so how bad, when you look at the numbers, would you say?
The logic on the libtards. I don't understand these mofos. They come in here and say, oh, that's an old talking motherfucker. It's still happening. What the hell do you mean it's an old talking point when it continues to happen? You retards keep giving Democrats, fake Democrats, the power to stay on there and keep screwing you over and over and over. You come and talk about President Trump, but all you do is when a Democrat says something, you just turn around and bend over. Coming in here telling me that is lies, go do your research. Show me a fact. Call me, you cowards. When I put the phone number in here for you to call me and prove me wrong, you don't. Nobody's blocking you. What's the excuse today? What is your excuse? Nobody is blocking you. Nobody. If you're asking to be blocked, by all means, just let me know and I'll block you. It's very simple. You don't need to be on my chat. And that's another stupid comment. What makes you think that I think I'm white? How retarded are you, Aiden? Or Aiden? How retarded are you? What makes you think that So here's the reason why retards believe that white supremacy is real. And I'm gonna destroy this garbage today. Anybody that says that we are MAGA, anybody that says that we want to be white, I want you to understand, everybody else, I want you to understand one thing. Why is it that every time we use common sense, every time we talk about respecting the law, every time we think about, we talk about raising this country, putting America first, why is it that every time that we fight for what's just, right, and good, they always says you're a MAGA. They always says you want to be white. You know what that tells me? That you're a racist and you don't even know what the hell you believe or what you know. There is a picture of you next to the meaning of retard. That's how you know that you're a retard. The stupidity that you come into my chat and say I'm trying to be white because I'm speaking with common sense when I'm looking out for the well-being of the American citizens. That tells me everything I need to know about these libtards. And you, my friends, are libtards. That's how I know you. That's how I recognize you. Every time that I use common sense, why are you a MAGA supporter? Wait, what? So common sense only belongs to MAGA? Like, you see the stupidity on that comment? Do you realize how stupid you sound when you do that? When I say I believe in America first, I believe in the nuclear family, I believe that this is what, you're supposed to respect the law. What do you think I'm going to say? Susan, do you really think I care about what people think about my language? Do you care that they call me a coconut? That they call me a sellout? That they call me a Nazi? That they call me a racist? Do you care, Susan? Shut the hell up. I'm nobody's bitch. It's that simple. Yeah, give me a call. Here, I'll put the number in there. You want to call? Go ahead and let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat that you want to prove me wrong. Today I'll let you. I'll let you prove me wrong. Go on. I like the retards trying to use a scripture as if they're Christians themselves. As if they know the truth. As if they practice the truth. Let's go. Call me. Show me. You know what? Most likely these are little kids. that just, there's a spring break, or very old folks who are now senile. Hey, Scott, how are you, brother? Oh, man, see, that's what I'm talking about. My big bros, my patriots, my little bros, everybody that supports me, appreciate it. Scott says Dennis is one of the greatest patriots of America. The rest of you that think otherwise can pound sand. Learn English, says D-Lo. Hey, D-Lo, why don't you give me a call? Give me a call right there at the number on the screen and teach me some English. Go ahead, Aiden. Go ahead. Go ahead and call in. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. What ED meds does Israel send you? Give us some. You must drive down to Tijuana and get your own medicine. Thank you, Scott. So go ahead, teach me. I'll please. Who the hell is this guy that you're talking about? Who's Dean Withers? Who is that? Dean Withers. Well, let's take a look. See who he is. American commentator. Let's take a look. Please. That little child? Please. Dean Withers' brain hasn't completely developed yet. I'll wait until he hits 27 years old so that I can debate him. Dean Withers has information. He has information but has no wisdom. I like how you try to bring your little soldiers. Oh, man. Let's see. What do we got? You bringing your friends over here to argue with me? There's the phone number right there. Call it. Let's say, Mike, can the left come up with anything other than name calling? You know what, Mike? I've been giving them the names of retards and libtards because they come over here and they like to call me a liar, no facts, etc. But you know what? As I said before, I am nobody's bitch. And whether you like it or not, I am not. And that rhyme, Mind Speak. Mind Speak says, did you know that the USA dollar is losing power as an oil currency, and that's why everything is expensive here? What is the administration doing to fix this? As I said this before, this is temporary. Have you not followed the stock market? It goes up and down, up and down. And tell Dean Withers, he can come into my show and call in anytime. I've gone through his channel a couple of times just because it shows up on my live feed. And the things that he talks about, I have no patience for ignorance. I'm sorry. I'm not here. I guess I'm not a good teacher. It's what I think. Susan, but you don't say anything about anybody else either, do you? Isn't that crazy? And this is the one thing I tell people. I always tell people this. You got to know how to talk to me. You can either get the very nice side of me or the very bad side of me. When you come over here, Susan, talking shit directly to me with name calling, and you don't see anybody else from the libtard side calling me names, guess what I'm going to say? Guess what I'm going to say? Man, please, I wish it was a grift. We're not even making money here. We're not even making money here. Yeah, libtards. Well, whatever. Yeah, I like it. You can call me a repeat of whatever the hell you guys call it. Go ahead, my freedom. Call me. Who's the coward? You call me a coward, but you don't call. Guess what that makes you? Good night. You just got here. Shut the hell up. You just got here. Sure, whatever. And cursing, it doesn't mean jack squat to me anyway. So it doesn't matter. The fact is that everything that I've said has been a fact. So no, in this case, the only way that name calling makes sense of somebody losing a debate is when they are lying. But I don't lie. I tell the truth. And what I say is a fact. So come on, man. Somebody call. Let's see. What the hell? There was nothing wrong with that comment. I wish that I can reverse the Streamlabs decisions. Cry baby. Dennis, I have no political affiliation. I just hate bootlickers like you. Shut the hell up. You know why you have no affiliation? Because you're a coward. That's why. You don't want to be on the left or the right, because in one way or another you will have to accept guilt. So you're a coward. I myself, I'm in the middle of everywhere. Now, I'm a Democrat. I've always been a Democrat, supporting policies that stand for the United States of America, but I know when to put my country first. And Republicans have the right policies. Compared to the Democrat Party right now, Republicans have the best policies for this country. So shut the hell up if you don't know what that means. Coward. I had no affiliation. Shut up. We're going to call you Pontius Pilate. You're a Pontius Pilate. Washing your hands as you give Christ to be crucified by the Jews. Yeah, okay. Go ahead, man. Somebody call, man. I want to hear you. I want to hear you. All these people calling me cowards and liars, and yet there they are. Not one call. Not one common sense comment on the chat. Now, you got to remember that the way that I'm reading the comments is according to how everybody else is posting them on there. So if you don't mean to be trying to be insulting to me, but the way that I'm reading all these negative comments, everything that is negative as of right now is an insult to me, and I don't take it from nobody. Nobody. Scott says, I can never understand why people become so aggressive on live streams, being rude. Dennis is still awesome. You know why? You know why Scott says that? Because he knows me. He knows me. And he's seen the good side of Dennis Herrera. Susan, at 74, you still haven't learned shit. I can't believe it. And then people go and complain about President Trump being 81, and yet they have no common sense in life. You have to understand, you got to get some thick skin to be able to make it in this life. If you got soft skin, you ain't going nowhere, and you're not protecting anybody. If you got soft skin, let me tell you something, Grandma. If you have soft skin, you can't protect your grandchildren. You can't protect your children. Let me just tell you that right now. If you want to go with the soft mentality of going against somebody that's telling the truth, but you don't call it on the other side of the aisle, then you haven't learned anything, Grandma. That's just the way it is. Let me see. Crybaby says, Google it, Dennis. I know you don't know with your broken English. Crybaby, who's talking? I'm here talking. Why don't you call? Show me your intelligent, all-wise language, your linguistic professor of English. Well, come on. Come on. No. See, here's the thing. If you're going to talk shit on the chat, well, call. Call it in. Your leftist friends are going to support you. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter if you tell lies on the phone. Your leftist, crappy-ass people will always defend you and agree with you. So call in, guys. You got your support. I got my support. You know, it's a mutual, little conversation that we can have. Go ahead, Primal Screams. You're more than welcome to call. Call me. Just call me. That's what I thought.
Really is.
Look, this is a major challenge.
Yeah.
This is the biggest budget gap that we have faced in New York City since the Great Recession. And it's pretty remarkable that with an economy that is strong and tax revenue that is increasing, we are facing this kind of mess. And it's because of bad practices dating back years where we underestimated expenses and used one-shot gimmicks. And now we're paying the price. I think we can get out of this if we are smart, but we've all got to ask ourselves, how can we do better on fiscal management so we never get in this hole again during such a strong economy?
Yeah, Mayor Mamdani blames the Adams administration, obviously. I mean, everybody ends up blaming whoever was before them. But where did the money go then?
We have tax revenue has been surging, actually. It's up year over year, every year. Expenses are growing faster, and they were not accounted for in the budget, and there's some expense.
Vote for Pedro. Pedro, there's a phone number right there. Call me. Teach me some English, brah.
Lines. We have a program for housing vouchers that's growing by 4 to 5% a month.
Yeah.
And you do that math over a couple of years, and it's just not sustainable. Credit to Mayor Mamdani. He is not trying to hide the ball here. He put those numbers starkly in the budget, so we have an honest accounting for the expenses. The upshot is there's a gap, and now we have to fill it, and there's no easy way to do that. I think we can get through this, but it's hard choices ahead.
Yeah, I'm listening to you say that the tax revenue is up. There's a way to get through it. He's pitching two ideas. Tax the wealthy, raise the corporate tax, right, all in one. Or now, raise property taxes. Let's start with property taxes. Do you think that's the wise move?
No, I don't. Property taxes in New York are incredibly unequal. Actually, a brownstone owner in Park Slope pays a lot less than a brownstone owner in, say, East New York. So to add more taxes onto that unequal system is unacceptable. We should not be doing that. We have other options. We can find more efficiencies in the budget. There are some of these large programs I think that we can reconfigure.
Like what? Like what?
I talked about the housing voucher program. And look, our schools budget, remember when we had 1.1 million kids in our schools?
Yes.
That's the number in our heads, right?
Yeah.
You know, today it's below 900,000.
Right.
But the budget's just gone up and up. So we can certainly find savings there, I believe. And we're going to need help from Albany. We send way more to Albany every year. The city is in.
Did you catch that, libtards? Here, let me rewind it. Let me rewind it. You must have missed this. Listen to the logic. We have less students, and yet we're putting more money in.
We should not be doing that. We have other options. We can find more efficiencies in the budget. There are some of these large programs I think that we can.
Guys, stop it with the insults. Call me. Call me. If you got the balls, call me.
And reconfigure.
Even if you don't have balls anymore, you can still call me.
And
like
we're
what?
gonna,
like what?
I talked about the housing voucher program. And look, our schools budget, remember when we had 1.1 million kids in our schools?
Yes.
That's the number in our heads, right?
Yeah.
You know, today it's below 900,000.
Right.
But the budget's just gone up and up. So we can certainly find savings there, I believe. And we're going to need help from Albany. We send way more to Albany every year. The city is an economic engine for the state. We don't get near as much back. We got to equalize that some. A little of all those things, I think we can make this work.
But critics are already saying that Mayor Mamdani is relying too much on the state right now.
Well, I don't think that's fair. We still send billions more than we get back, and I want to equalize that further. Now, I will say that the city also can do things to get its own house in order, and I think we probably need to push efficiency savings farther than the mayor's proposed so far, and look at some of these big ticket programs and reconfigure them at least to slow the growth. Those are not easy things to do. I don't minimize that.
Yeah.
These are hard choices. But we've also got to build a foundation that will be sustainable. Again, this is all happening in a strong economy. What happens if next year the AI bubble bursts? What happens if Donald Trump succeeds in wrecking the economy? We are not ready for that right now.
You know, I asked the mayor when he was here talking about, he signed that executive order on our air about chief savings officers and finding some of these efficiencies, right? And I said to him, if you don't get what you want in terms of raising taxes, but you were to get more money from Albany, would that be enough? And he said, well, that's just a one-time solution. It's not an ongoing solution, which is why he's now looking to do one of those two things. So I asked you about property taxes. Are you for raising taxes on the wealthy or the corporate tax?
Look, with a challenge this big, everything has to be on the table, for sure. My goal is just closing the gap, and I do think we can get there with more help from Albany to equalize all these unfair funding formulas.
What is more help from Albany, though, than infusing cash into the system?
Yes, look, we got $1.6 billion over the weekend in an agreement between the mayor and the governor. This is a great step in the right direction, but there's a whole host of programs where the city pays more or gets reimbursed less than other parts of the state. And it's not fair. We have so many low-income people in New York City that need help, and the state has to be there for them and for us. That's not the only solution. I will own the fact that the city's also got to do better, but Albany has a big role to play here.
But what are all the federal funding cuts, though? Is that also part of the issue?
Look, we're not even factoring that in, Hazel, which is why I'm a little worried about the fact that the mayor's drawing down reserves. Pretty dramatic to do that, again, when we're not in a financial crisis. It just leaves us exposed if Trump tries to cut our funds. Well, he has been trying to cut our funding, but we've succeeded in fighting back. Thank you, Tish James. But we might lose around there, and he could do harm to the economy with the.
And they want to keep fighting for more money for illegal immigrants, and you dumbasses out there still don't believe that is true.
All these crazy budget tariffs and the AI job losses, which I believe are coming. We don't know when, but if that hits next year and we have no reserves, that's a bad position to be in. So I don't want to get through this fiscal year by leaving us totally at risk.
Hey, guys, I'm playing this libtard video for you guys. Call me. There's a phone number right there. Come on, keyboard warriors.
For the next one, which is why I'm trying to get a good, balanced solution here.
Yeah, and so you have obviously you're the watchdog over the mayor and the finances, right? So are you in conversations with them about making sure that that reserve doesn't get depleted?
Look, we met yesterday. The mayor briefed me yesterday about these budget challenges. We did talk about the reserve and my concerns there. And I think he understands that my opinion is we need to be adding to reserves. And even to hold them as they are is not adequate, in my opinion, considering all the uncertainty and turbulence ahead. So this is something that I'm going to be speaking up on. It got no attention in the last 24 hours. People are focusing on the property tax, but he's drawing billions down on reserves that we're going to need to deal with what's ahead.
Been discussing the city's ongoing multi-billion-dollar budget deficit and what that means for several months now at this point. And if taxes need to be raised to, pay teachers and keep giving people housing vouchers.
Somebody finally got the balls to call in. Hey, who's calling? Never mind.
So they can afford to live in the city. But amidst this conversation, we got testimony from the city comptroller today, and he really did issue a stark warning.
Outside the single sector of healthcare, specifically home health aides, New York City's private sector employment actually declined over the past year by 38,000 jobs. And looking ahead, the uncertainties are growing.
City Comptroller Mark Levine laid out the challenge ahead for New Yorkers during testimony in front of the City Council. He estimates the city budget deficit is around $7 billion, due mainly to the rising cost of education and housing assistance. The estimate is worse than the $5 billion.
Hey, well, it's a state run by immigrants, for immigrants, by an immigrant. What do you expect? Of course he's got to use billions of dollars for housing help and assistance, giving free child care to every illegal immigrant that comes into this country, especially his own people that come in here. They give you handouts so that they can stay in power, because by them staying in power is how they make millions of dollars. Don't be a libtard. Think, use your common sense.
Number Mayor Zohran Mamdani came up with. Mamdani has repeatedly said he'll be forced to raise property taxes, hurting working-class New Yorkers if state lawmakers don't raise taxes on millionaires and corporations. State senators and assembly members in what's known as their, quote, one House bill agree and do want to raise those taxes. Are you willing to support either or both the millionaire's tax or a corporate tax hike?
On the property tax, I've been pretty clear. I don't think we should do that. The taxes that Albany is considering in the one House bills, look, everything has to be on the table, but I also want to be cautious.
Taxing the rich has become increasingly popular, with just last week a Siena poll showing 54% of New Yorkers supporting it, mostly driven by residents of New York City. But Governor Kathy Hochul continues to say, even today during a budget forum, higher taxes are not the answer.
I have to look at the fact that we are in competition with other states who have less of a tax burden. We have to be smart about this. But we can fund what we want to fund
with what we already are taking in.
Although the nonpartisan New York City Independent Budget Office pushed back against that notion in testimony.
New York City already had a lot of millionaires, and they're still here. And the ones that have left were replaced by new wealthy households. In general, it's important to keep the perspective that there are many reasons why people want to live in New York City besides just how we structure our tax rates.
And late this afternoon, Moody's, the bond rating agency, lowered New York City's government outlook for its economic forecast from stable to negative. So it gets kind of wonky when you're talking about bond ratings. But the bottom line is this, just another warning sign that the city economy may be facing some trouble as we talk about raising taxes at the same time.
Because that's the only logic that Democrats have. Raise taxes. Forget about taking care of the rich so that we can have thousands of jobs available for everybody to make their own money. Just take it from the rich because they sacrificed themselves already. They don't need all that money. Why they got to make billions of dollars if I'm only getting paid $50,000 a year? Well, would you rather have $0 a year? They have a minimum wage in your state for a reason. Libtards, and I want to say this, guys, okay? So a libtard is not a Democrat. I'm a Democrat. A retarded person is a person that thinks so slow that they don't even know what the truth is, even if it's hitting them right in the face. Like Jerome Tule Powell. That's how you guys are on the left side. Now, I understand that there is a lot of illegal immigrants in this country. Oh, here we go. Another courageous person. Here we go. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Name's Sean. I'm not a libtard. I just want to say thank you for pissing off the libtards. I'm having a fun time reading the comments.
Thank you, Sean. You be good, bro.
Take care, man.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here's somebody with brains calling in. Who's calling?
Hey, it's Jay.
Jay, what's going on, Jay? What do you got for me?
Nothing. I'm calling into your show. I saw you on YouTube.
Well, here we are. What do you got to say about this? About the mentality of this economy, according to our friends on the left here?
I think it's wrong. I think they're wrong. You know, like I think they're investing in a lot of immigrants when they should be investing in Americans, veterans.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Right there.
Yeah,
I like that. What makes you think that? What makes you think that veterans are not being taken care of when you have so Trump has been in office. We have Biden, right, for 4 years.
Right. Uh-huh.
Can you try to make sense to me why the veterans are still homeless? Why did things did not get better during 4 years of the Biden administration? And now that we have Trump in office and people are running for the midterms and all this stuff, why is it that all of them, even though they have been lifetime politicians and they haven't done shit for our economy or anything in this country, what makes them think that we should believe what they say when they say they're going to fix our economy when they have been doing this for decades and they haven't been able to do it? How can we believe them?
I mean, we can't, like, look at Pelosi, look at Hakeem Jeffries, look at Chuck Schumer, lifetime politicians. Like how you said, they've never had real jobs.
Yeah.
They're elitists, they're left elitists. They never had a real job. So how could they understand somebody's struggle,
Yeah.
Like, I'm in Portland, like I said, I'm in Oregon. Man, I remember when I was in high school, I would go downtown and it would be nice and beautiful, the waterfront.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, bro.
And then, like, I tried walking around, like, nowadays, and it's like, you're afraid to walk down because, like, you might be with your kids, your family, and there's just a homeless guy, I mean, they might be veterans or whatever, but still, like, they're all on drugs. That's only because of the open border that they had. They allowed all those drugs to flow into the country.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was bad. So, like, we shouldn't be even believing them, like, we need to kick them out of office, impeach them or something. I'm glad that, like, now there's more, like, center left, that's more reasonable than the old politicians are. but they're bought and paid for by billionaires and like just people that are like not willing to invest in our communities and rather invest in foreign people to come and just take over, like in Minnesota, it's pretty much Somalia now,
Yeah.
And it used to be such a beautiful place, and now it's just run over by Somalians that are like exploiting the benefits, that they give to the that's supposed to be given to like veterans and citizens of the United States, but instead they're just going to those immigrants and those communities, which I mean, I have Somalian friends and they don't really mess around in doing that. I respect if you
I know some as well.
Yeah, I respect it if you come to this country, you open up a small business. I'm a small business owner out here in West Lynn. I work in Portland a lot. That's why I'm telling you.
Good for you, brother.
It's just horrible. What's going on, and I'm glad to be able to have this conversation. I feel like there's kind of like a silent majority over here in Oregon. Since we're such a blue state, there's a lot of people that that share my beliefs but are afraid to speak out because they get canceled or people get threatened over here. Like plenty of people that I know that have posted and voiced their frustrations with the government over here in Oregon. That's pretty horrible. Tina Kotek, investing in immigrants and stuff like that, and horrible situation with my friend that got assaulted over here by some Venezuelan gang members.
That was pretty bad.
She tried to like voice her reasons out for why she kind of didn't mess with that community, and people were like threatening her online, telling her to kill herself, and it was really bad, and it's just delusional, people and crazy people that are leftists that just believe like any immigrant is holy, and that's not true,
and it's one of those things to where people use this, they use this victim card, and it's just like every time that I listen to them, they're in the mentality of they can't just try to balance things without looking beyond their hate for that one man, the orange man.
Right.
It's anything that we say. Like I'm in the morning here sometimes, and I'm just like, "Hey, good morning, liar." Like what the hell? I'm saying hello right now. I haven't said anything yet. And that's just the mentality that they have. So I know it doesn't matter what facts I give them. They ask me for a question, I give them a fact, and then they leave. And it's like, okay, well, you asked for a fact, there it was, and what else you want me to do? It's like, let me show you what your Democrats are saying, and then I put a video of the actual Democrats that they're supporting saying what I just said, and they leave. It's like, well, you were calling me a liar. How about, oh shit, I didn't know that. Now that I know, they can't just say, oh man, I was wrong about that. What the hell was that? They never say that.
I can admit,
like when the tariffs came up, right? When the tariffs came up, I was very outspoken about tariffs. Oh my God, this guy is a blah blah blah, a pedophile. What the hell does that got to do with anything? Number one, what is his personal character got to do with anything? Instead of saying, oh, why you support a crazy president? Okay, fine, you can say that, but you go in and attack the personal image of his past and all these accusations, allegations, which are not facts. Right?
They're all allegations.
They're all allegations. Absolutely.
We're innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, but why do they? Yeah, but why do they ask in that manner? Right? Like, why are you supporting pedophiles? That's nothing to do with the conversation. If they stuck with the subject, like I'm going to give you this big example. It's I put a clip or a video of something for them to watch so that they can understand why I'm arguing this point. Right? The whole time in the chat, typing dumb ass shit on the chat. Type. They never listen. They're not here to listen what the news are. They're not here to try to use critical thinking. Let me see what this clown is talking about. You can call me that. Let me see what this clown is talking about. And okay, let's watch the video together, and then let's use some critical thinking together. No, the whole time the video is playing, I'm just watching the chat. And people are just putting dumb-ass comments on the chat. So by the time that I'm done showing a video, I got all these names that I'm going to call people. because of what I see on my chat. So, and then you have somebody like Susan, which is 74 years old. I get it. But sometimes you got to be tough on grandmas. They need to understand we cannot be soft against people that are trying to bully us. And that's what I said. I am nobody's bitch. And I can say this. I believe in God and I believe in Christ and all these other things. That doesn't make me the Christian that people want me to be. My salvation does not belong. It's not in your hands. It's not on nobody's hands but Christ's hands. So he's going to judge me for what I do. But you know, people like to throw in some words in here and some scriptures. Like I had this guy here just spamming scriptures about peace and this and that. So I started giving him scriptures about war and how God is on our side. Blessed are the peacemakers, absolutely. But blessed are those who sacrifice their lives for the brothers and sisters. That is also in the Bible. There's no greater sacrifice than for one to give their lives for another. And that's what our soldiers do. They're sacrificing their lives. They're out there on the line. There is no greater love than our military going out there. You know, these soldiers, you know, the pilots, right, that just got rescued. I try to bring up the point of Benghazi. You know, nobody gives a shit about that anymore. Right. We abandoned them. We abandoned them because we were talking about politics and we were worried about what NATO would say. Who gives a shit? That's our Americans, and we're going to go in there. We're going to go get them. Period. Right. It doesn't matter why we're there in the first place. That's an American soldier. We got to go get them. And that is the difference, and the things that these libtards don't understand is that we have to take care of our own. We don't give a shit about international law. We have our own law in our country, and we do enough for the world to be able to go out there and fight for what's ours. Yeah, nobody's going to tell us, this is yours to fight on. This is mine. No, it's no.
Yeah. If you look at it like the international community, you know, like nowadays, they don't even respect freedom of speech for their own citizens. Like look at England.
Right.
They're arresting
their
own citizens.
I've seen it. Yep.
If we were living over there, we would have been arrested already, you know.
Yeah.
Because I speak my beliefs online. You know, I don't care. Like how you said, I say only God can judge me.
That's right.
You know, so I'm just over here expressing my beliefs, but you can't do that in other countries. So yeah, that's why I don't even respect the international laws. You know, like Like,
well. Here, watch. I'll give you an example from the chat. Okay, so Kian, I had a conversation with Kian before. We actually had a pleasant conversation last time, I think. He says it doesn't matter why we're there in the first place. Well, and maybe it's just the way that I talk, right? But people don't understand. If I tell you that I don't give a shit about your opinion, it's not really that I don't care about your opinion. I don't care about your lying opinion. But I do care what you say if it's right. So when I say I don't give a shit why we are there in the first place, well, not us, but the people. We don't care why they think we're there in the first place. I care about why we want to be there in the first place. And we've had this war 47 years against us. I am so happy that I voted for Trump because finally somebody is taking the war to this damn terrorist outside the country. You know what I want to see? I want to see governors and mayors take the war to gangbangers and criminals in our cities and states. Yeah. That's what I want to see. I want to see that war happen here, but we're so filled with cowards in Congress and in the Senate. We have activists, judges, DEI judges that don't even know what a woman is. How did we get to this point in our life where people don't know what a woman is? It is crazy. It's ludicrous.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. It's bad. You know, it's bad. It's one of the demises of civilization, you know, like if you look at Rome, that's what they say, that when all that transgender stuff was happening in Rome.
Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah.
The beginning of the end.
Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah. That's a real thing. You know, they want to get themselves into all this sin, God will destroy you. And this world will be destroyed. Our goal as a spiritual people, it's that we hope it doesn't happen in our time because we know it's not going to be nice. I will tell you this, though. I did see, and I don't know if this is true. This is just propaganda, I guess. But I saw that there is a video from the new leader in Iran, the ones from the regime, and he goes into this war room. It's AI, I'm sure. But he goes into this war room, and they're talking about nuking Israel.
Yeah.
There is, and I don't know. Sometimes I feel like we shouldn't even talk about prophecies, but because sometimes it can trigger some evil mind to think, oh, I'm gonna trigger Jesus coming back, you know.
Right. Oh, yeah,
But there is a prophecy that says that Israel, even though right now Israel has been attacked for, decades, just constantly from all sides, north, south, east, west, and they can't touch them. I mean, they still hurt them, but they can't destroy them. But the prophecy says that Israel will be hit with death. As in, I can put it, I know it in Spanish, but it's gonna be hit so hard that it will almost destroy Israel.
Right.
And then Jesus is coming.
Yeah, I think I've heard something similar to that about the destruction of a temple.
Yeah, well, you know, they can destroy the physical temple, and, you know, they can do all this stuff, but throwing a nuke on Israel, that would be the most destructive, devastating. And here's the thing. There is a promise that God gave Israel. Now, whether I think that the Jews are going to hell if they don't accept Jesus, sure, according to the scriptures, that is true. And by the way, in Revelations, the number of the Jews that are in heaven is very small.
Right.
Very small. And I'm gonna refuse to believe that trillions of people on this earth, that there's only hundreds of thousands out there on a good position. That doesn't mean that there's not trillions of souls or spirits out there, like you know, worshiping God. But the people, the 144,000, that's the number that I'm talking about. That's very small for how many millions, if not billions, by now, of people have gone through our time, you know, as humans, according to the Bible, the sons of God. But yeah, that's where we're at, man. And we have all this. You know, I have my faith, my religion. I believe in the Bible. I don't know, you guys can see here, but if you look to my left right there, that's a big ass. That's so hard to put backwards. That's a big ass Quran right there, and then I have my Holy Bible this way. The black one right there. It's my bilingual Bible, and you know, and I have a couple of different versions, and they all mean the same thing. But, you know, people want to take this. I don't have the Torah. The Torah, I only have it on my cell phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is still good. I mean, you know, when it comes to the Torah or
you're
the
educated.
I wouldn't say that because people use that as an excuse to tell people something. But yes, I do. I do like to get my information. I like to be educated to a point where I understand something.
To a certain understanding. That's
good. So anything that has to do with the first 5 books of Moses, right? Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and whatever. Those are kind of hand in hand with the Torah's first books of Moses and the Quran, the story. But let's just the one thing that I can tell you is that this Quran was not written until after 600 years after the religion. I mean, not the book. The religion was not created until after 600 years after Christ. And so, you know, it comes from a prophet that was self-proclaimed prophet. Let's not forget that he married a 7-year-old little girl and consummated the marriage at 9 years old. That's a complete pedophile. People come in and complain about what it says on the Torah about, you know, the Jews sleeping with also with minors. And it's just like the Bible says that they're mid-teenage. That means that they're 15 years old, and in which either way, that's their culture. We have an age of 16 to 18 years old, you know, to be able to get married, and in some states, as long as the parents say, yeah, it's okay, whatever. You know, I sometimes I agree, sometimes I disagree with that, but that's to each his own. I go by the rules and the laws in my state and in my country. So if that's what it says in my country, that's what I'm going to go with. But I'm going to tell you, 15 years old was the age for a female, and the age for a male is between the ages of 19 and 23. That is not something that we accept here under our law. But I can tell you, 7 years old compared to 15-year-olds, that is a big difference. You know, so yeah, so we have all these things. I think 15 is too young for our times. And the reason for why it's too young, it's not just that, oh, they're only 15 years old. It's not that. It's just like they need to learn more about life. We're not just here to make babies and that's it. No, today women can have a career if they want. We live in a different, evolving age of society. So we want to give women the right to grow up enough so that they can decide for themselves what they really want. And we all know this. I'm almost a half a century old. I can't wait to celebrate my 50. I've asked women, what do women want? And every single one of the women always answers me honestly and tells me, we don't even know what the hell we want. So, I just go with that. Here's the thing. For some reason, women mature faster than men. Yeah. That is just a fact. They mature faster. Like I will say this, and we'll prove it with science, with biology. By the time a girl becomes a teenager and they get their first period, right? They go to puberty. They're already ahead of us. We're still in the dumb, stage. We think we know everything, but we don't. And we don't really stop maturing until after we're like 25 years old. Some don't pass that. They never mature, right? But our brain, for us men, we don't become fully developed until like we're 27, 28 years old. The study says that when we're 15 years old, we will think this way, but by the time that we turn 18, it will flip. By the time I'm 23, it will flip again. By the time I'm 27, that's when I really know what I'm looking for. And this is science. It's biology. I love science. I love knowing how things work, but that doesn't mean that I am God and I can create. Right. People, the Bible says that in the last days, and you have seen this, compare where we were 10 years ago in technology to today, and then compare technology 10 years prior to that and 10 years prior to that. The Bible says that in the last days, not meaning that we're going to die next month, but who knows? Maybe tomorrow. We just don't know the actual date and time, right? But it says, the Bible says that in the last days, the knowledge that is given to man will be multiplied greatly. And if we're not seeing that today, we are stupid. Right. Because there are chips that, yes, listen, I build my own computer. I spend $4,300, probably more. I build my own computer. I got the newest processor. Ooh, oh yeah. I'm going to put it in there. Yeah. I'm connecting here. I'm connecting there. I'm adding that. Putting this here. Oh, this is going to be fantastic. I'm going to put this, that. And I do all of that. And I know that the CPU is going to do a lot of wonderful things for me. And I know that I need to have a heat sink on there. And I know that I got to use a paste. And I know that I got to put some fans. And I know that I got to have air circulation and everything. I still don't know how the hell that chip does what it does. Right. It's to me to think, right? To me to think that I'm a genius that knows exactly how that works would be the stupidest thing that I can say if I'm comparing myself to God. Yeah. And even those who have the knowledge to create the technology for that chip to work the way that it does, as genius as they think they are, they still don't know shit about why it works that way. Right. They just know A, B, C, and D works this way, but they don't know what's behind it. They don't know that if we have a air humidifier? Humidifier? Yeah. Humidifier. Yeah, humidifier. You get water off the air. Like, we don't see it, but we get water. We don't know how we got that water, but we know what H2O is. We know chemistry. We know what acid is, and we know what this, but we don't know what the hell it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing really ever a true answer. We can just identify something as this, but we don't know why that particular molecule, cell, or whatever that is that we are identifying, why is it there? Where does it come from? Big Bang Theory, right? God was not created. God just is. It's crazy how that works. So I can tell you, I have my own little interpretation of where what the Bible confirms that science is correct about humans being in this world for millions of years. Well, millions or maybe hundreds of thousands. I don't know where we at with humans. But I can tell you that the Bible does say that in Genesis. And most of the people miss it. And they don't realize why Adam, now Jesus Christ is God, right? The Son of God himself he is still God. But the sons of God start with Adam and Eve.
Yep, Adam and Eve.
Yeah, and then from there you have all these humans before them, which nobody acknowledges. If you're a Christian, nobody has acknowledged this ever in their life. But that's why I interpret from the Bible. And science doesn't contradict the Bible, and the Bible doesn't contradict science. You just don't know how to interpret what the Bible is saying. Everything has always been, very rarely is direct. Most of the time it's symbolical or a parable, right? Like Jesus' teachings.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think it's great, but I just wish that, people will use their critical thinking to be able to come up with a conversation with me. Like, you have to know how to talk to me. Like, you got to be able to pique my interest. Show me, make me eat my words. If I called you a libtard and an asshole and a jerk, make me eat those words, but you're not going to be able to make me eat those words by cursing back at me.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
They have to have, like how you said, critical thinking. They have to be able to, just open up and have a dialogue.
Yeah.
Because people just want to just yell at people and silence people. They don't want to have that chance for you to be right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what they're afraid of.
Yeah.
Of you being right, I guess.
Yeah, they always.
That's what I see most people.
Yeah, they always call with the intention of destroying somebody's argument. Okay,
Exactly.
that's fine. You can destroy my argument, but it doesn't change.
Yeah, which is where I think that's where I thought this country was going, where people were getting attacked for just speaking out their mind.
I do all the time. Everybody does. Yeah.
Charlie Kirk got killed, and just for speaking his mind, and sharing his thoughts, and that's crazy to me, because if we start allowing that kind of stuff, then we're gonna become one of these third world countries, and we're gonna not have rights anymore.
Yeah,
freedom of speech.
Yeah,
and that's my main reason why I voted for Trump, was because I saw that we were getting limited on freedom of speech. Like, I don't know if you know this, but the FBI was actually investigating, for some reason, it was investigating a lot of Christian churches.
Yep.
When Biden was in office.
Yeah.
And it was great. It was also one of my local churches that I would go to was getting investigated for some weird reason. Nothing happened. They found nothing. And it was just crazy to me. Like, I guess they were afraid of extremism coming from there, but they went, they sent agents or whatever, and they saw that it was nothing but peaceful.
Yeah.
And that's just crazy. That's just crazy to me. When we get to that point, it's just like, come on now. Like, what are you guys really trying to do? I think they're just trying to destroy our faith, and our beliefs.
Yep.
And they're not dangerous beliefs, like, we just have our own beliefs, and we're not attacking anybody. We don't preach that.
Well, here, be honest. Okay, I'm gonna give you sort of a statement, and then you can tell me if I'm a liar, because they like to call me a liar. Okay. So, I've always say we have a freedom of religion in this country. Okay, I always believe in that. When President Trump kissed the wall in Israel, okay, we have a freedom of religion. It doesn't matter to me. I've seen Muslim. I don't know what the name is for their pastors, but I've seen Muslims pray for Trump, Catholics, and men doctrines to me, I don't follow men's doctrines. I follow the Bible.
Right.
And I believe on freedom of religion. I don't care if you're a Buddhist, if you're a monk or this. Listen, I don't care. You practice what makes you a better person, and hopefully that is what's good for you. I practice my own religion. Okay, I got that. But the only reason why I judge out of all religions, by the way, because I don't know, well, besides Satanism, right? I will never agree with that, because as a Christian, it's a common sense thing to ignore or go against. But as a Muslim religion, the only reason why I judge the Muslim religion is because they tell me that they want to kill me. They want to kill Israel. They want to kill America. They want to call me an infidel and kill me because I don't believe what they believe. I don't believe that I'm going to follow Muhammad, the Most High, supreme righteous prophet, who is a pedophile, an actual pedophile. I'm not going to go and believe in the Quran that contradicts itself, because a lot of Muslims believe that their oath, take this out, their oath is not an oath. It's not a binding oath. It's an oath that they can just say, like Jesus says, let your yes be yes and your no be no. But do not swear by the God or by the heavens or by anything on this earth, because you are not God to mention any of those things, you know. And so I judge them purely on that, on Sharia law. I, as a Christian, I love gays. I have gay family. I love gays. Do I love their sin? Hell no. I think it's disgusting. It grosses me out to see it. Listen, you know, I can tell you this. I'm a Hispanic guy. Now, I'm from Honduras. Not everybody practices this culture. But if I see you and you have connected with me so close to me, I will kiss you on the cheek. I will literally kiss you on the cheek if I feel that brotherly love back to me. If we're just friends, you know, hey, what's up? You know, a little side hug, you know what I'm saying? A little chest pump, so to speak, right? But when you get close to me and you show me that you really care for me, and you get these bromance feelings, right? That you are my brother. I like in my older brothers, okay, I got two. I kissed them, both of them. I kissed them both on the cheek. And you know what? They're not used to that. I'm the one that does that, right? But sometimes they return that kiss to me, depending on how they feel emotionally about that certain time that we're together. But see, for me, every time I see them, I got to give them a kiss on the cheek. Now, that's just me, you know? And I'm a big hugger, and that makes people think bad sometimes. But, but my statement is that what I believe about Islam being bad is because of what they say and because of what the Quran says. And there's nothing else. If you want to cover yourself, well, number one, you're in a Western country. We need to know what your face looks like. If something happens, we need to know who you are. And they go against ICE, right, covering their faces for their security and their family's safety. And then they go with masks and do what they do against them. I think that the left is always telling me that I'm lying, is always disagreeing with everything that I say. But I'm not against Muslims. I believe that there's good Muslims, or what I would say is people with good intentions that just know the good part of Muslim, you know, of Islam, which is, of course, submit to God. But I believe what they're really saying is submit to the government. And when they say be hospitable and treat foreigners with, you know, with dignity, etc., I think that's the kind of Muslims that they want to be. But the religion itself of Islam, that is not the religion. And they're practicing just the good part of it. But at the end of the day, they will die with us as infidels. So that's where I'm at with religion. You know, I judge it that way. I give freedom of religion. But listen, when you hear me speaking bad about Islam, that's it. That's my truth. That's what I know, and that's what I go on.
Yeah, you're basing it off of what they believe in, obviously, because that's what they preach.
Yeah.
I do believe, like, there is a difference, though, between, you know, there's Muslims that are good faith Muslims, I guess you could say, and there's, you know, there's certain Muslims that get radicalized, obviously, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's just people that hate us, and you know, like ISIS, you know. In Afghanistan, they have the Taliban, you know, and they're always preaching their bad words, and I know that they have cell networks, you know, here in America, maybe abroad in other countries, where, like how you said, they're under the guise of freedom of religion, and are able to preach whatever. And that's where they need to be investigating. They shouldn't be investigating in, you know, Christian churches, because all that we preach is peace and harmony. And I believe you in the sense of, like, where the Quran says to kill all infidels and stuff like that. That's where they get radicalized, you know, because if you were to see any of those videos coming out when they were beheading people, you know, ISIS was. Yeah. There were people that were radicalized here, like natural from the United States.
Yeah.
I've seen
I've seen videos of them cutting the throats of our military. So it's really
It's horrible.
it is, and and I know a lot of people get PTSD from that. Here, let me ask you one question before I let you go. First of all, thank you for your call. Appreciate it. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think people choose a religion?
I think it's faith, like
Why?
you have to believe in something.
What makes people look for a religion? The spirituality.
I feel like if they don't have that base in their life, they don't have no direction,
Mm-hmm.
then they'll just go crazy, or they won't know what to do with their life, I feel like we need to have that structure in our lives for us to be happy, to have a good family, to be able to have a good community.
Yeah.
I feel like faith has a lot to do with that, for
Yeah,
sure.
that's pretty damn close. That's very good, actually. Very, very good.
Yeah. I will speak good speaking with you.
Yeah, you take it easy, man. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, you too.
All right, bye. Somebody called. Well, here's the reason why I think people want to connect to a religion, or why they have the need to search that spirituality. You see, we are all inside this meat bag, this flesh that makes us weak, that gives us sadness, depression, stress, makes us weak in every sense of human nature, this flesh. But the spirit comes from God, and the spirit longs to be back with God. And so the devil tries to bring all these other religions and spiritual beliefs and, this little superstitious things and all this stuff. Why? Because the spirit within us is trying to be free, is trying to come out, and it's wanted to connect back with its creator, with God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the one who created Adam and Eve and created all the angels up in heaven, who casted 1/3 of them, making them demons up here in earth before Adam and Eve were created. That's why we look for a spiritual connection. That's why we look for different religions, so that we can feel like we matter or that we have purpose. That is the reason why. And if I itch my nose, guys, I do have this thing up here in my head. I got to scratch my nose, even if it doesn't itch. It's just a thing that I have, okay? So I'm always doing that. Don't think I do drugs. I don't do coke. I don't do any drugs. So, but there is that. So at the end of the day, I tell you that because it's normal. It's normal to want to find some spirituality. I feel that there's a lot of people that are connection with the seawater, right? With the sea life. People are connected with the mountain life. People are connected with certain animals. We have vets, we have dog lovers, we have cat lovers. There is a spiritual connection that we look into. Sometimes, you can hate somebody until you actually get to know them, and then you realize how much you really love this person. Sometimes you're going to find a connection with somebody and be like, oh my God, I feel like I've known you all of my life. And then sometimes you're just not going to want to be with somebody because they give you these bad vibes. I get it. When people come in here, they automatically hate me. That's fine. But the people that are close to God normally want to see me for who I am. And they try to search that in me. So with that being said, I want you to tell me, what do you think is making our economy unaffordable? Give me a call. There's the phone number. And I want to listen to you. I want to hear you, and I want to see what you think. What makes you think? No, what is causing our economy to be unaffordable today? Housing, etc. And why do you think that everything that we have done has not worked, or if it will ever work? I see right on 7. I see you, little Miss Patriot. Is also a hugger. God is that I am. That's God. He is. Yeah, gas prices are up there temporarily. Now, just so you know that the president cannot do this, not to give you any information to somebody out there that's trying to hate us, but the president has up to 90 days before this turns out into an all-out war. Or they can just reset the 90 days again by doing something different. but they still can fight. Anybody else that wants to call in, give me some sense. Give me some common sense, guys. Come on, I'm fasting for you here. I am fasting so that you can make the phone call. Call in. Come on. You can do it. That's crazy on my cell phone. It shows that I got 12 people, but my actual live chat shows 188. I don't even know if that's right. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and try to read these comments, trying to give this guy a little break. Let's see. Thomas says, not temporary, but temporary. The dumbest person ever. I don't know what the hell you're saying. Call me so I can understand what the hell you're saying. But just call me. Just call me. See, I'm not that bad, guys. When you really want to talk, I'm here to talk. Jenny, why don't you call me with your accent again? It was lovely talking to you the other day. Let's take a listen to Ron DeSantis.
But please have a seat. We're excited. It's a beautiful day. We've got the home opener for the Tampa Bay Rays later this afternoon, and a lot of great stuff going on, and it's a great time to be here in the Tampa Bay area. We're excited about signing today's legislation, which involves a number of things that are very important for public safety, our culture.
I said Ron DeSantis, and somebody called. They don't like Ron DeSantis. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hey, this is
Luke?
Luke.
Man, I mentioned Ron DeSantis. Why do you call so fast? That's funny. What's up, bro? What you got?
I had to call about it.
What's up?
Yeah, your question about affordability.
Yeah.
Give me that one.
Yeah.
Good question.
Go ahead, brother.
Oh, this is just probably added up over the last couple of decades, just getting worse and worse. Every policy.
Yeah.
It's just the rich just taking more. The last time we were actually successful, 1960, the rich were taxed the most in history. We had a
man, you're
thriving middle class that was doing, they could afford everything. Only we got that taken away with.
Yeah.
And then the current policies are definitely making things worse, horribly.
So I ask people, what is one thing that can help fix our economy? 99.9% of the leftist people always say tax the rich. More taxes.
Well, if you look back at history, it actually worked. We have history books. Like everything that's been popping up over the last couple of years, we have references in history. The same things are just happening, and we're told that this time it's going to be different. Like we know how to fix this.
Yep.
But go back in history, just read a book.
Yep.
Look into these subjects like tariffs.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
Anybody that would have looked into, that's like basic first day of economics. That's like really the first thing you're taught is how bad they can go, and we're being told the opposite.
Yeah.
These are great.
Here's the thing. Something that people don't seem to understand, okay? Because the answer is, I believe you. I'm with you on that, 100%. So there's a follow-up question to that. Why do you think that the taxes being collected right now are not enough? And that's where we find our truth.
We're overspending.
Absolutely. What are you, man? Some Trump supporter? Get out of here. All right. So now the real though. So one of the things is this, right? We know since 1913, we've been taxing the richest, right? But none of us below middle class ever pay taxes. But now all of us do. So think about this. And I think what's his name? I don't like this guy because he's an idiot. But he mentioned, I think it's Cory Booker. He mentioned that he's contemplating no taxes on anybody making less than $70,000 a year. I think something like that. And I think that is great. That is fantastic. And I think that even taking the taxes, because you have to remember this, okay? Check this out. Now, they think that we're stupid. I want you to really use your critical thinking on this, and hopefully it makes sense to you, okay? Think about this. If somebody's making $70,000 a year, $75,000 a year, and that's their income, right? Whether it be a single person or a family, right? An adult house with, a child or two, okay? If they're making $75,000 a year and they got dependents, most likely these people get all the taxes that they paid back and refunds. You with me still?
Yeah.
Okay. So technically, those people don't pay taxes, but they don't see the money until that once a year when we do our tax returns. Okay? So what I'm saying is, the reason why it doesn't really work and it doesn't give you much is because this is a socialist structure of how the taxes work. It gets reimbursed according to the size of the family. If you only make $20,000, you get a maximum return plus thousands of dollars on top of it. I've known people that make $15,000 and have gotten back $15,000 in tax returns, but they only pay like $500, $600 in taxes. So a lot of the wealth coming from other people that have paid higher taxes is being given to those who don't work as hard or don't make as much money. You know what I'm saying? So you're with me still, right? Okay, so here's the thing. So why are we getting taxed? Like, we shouldn't get federal tax. We shouldn't get state tax. We shouldn't get city tax. We can still get sales tax, right? And if you're a business owner, most likely you're going to end up on the middle class, which, by the way, it's also considered closer to a rich category, right? So those people will get the big hurt first before the lower society, okay? Economical class, I think is the word in English. Okay, so I want you to understand that part, okay? So we are already taxing the rich. You gave me the answer. We're overspending, which is why we're trying to tax more. And this is the logical answer to the leftists is tax more. But the problem becomes
the entire solution. That's just a simplified one, obviously.
Yeah. But the problem is when you say that tax more.
Back in the day, we're using an example of like we didn't pay taxes. This was also, when did we not pay taxes? We didn't have public roads, public railroads, airports, roads, everything that we rely on society, just our power grids alone. We didn't have any of this kind of stuff. You were pretty much on your own.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself. No taxes. That's how it worked.
Right.
It was the Wild West. There was nothing really that we needed. But now we are in a modern civilization with a lot of expenses. So we do need to cut down, obviously, like our military budgets or all this waste. I give it, there's definitely waste and abuse.
Now here, let me ask you a question real quick. I pay an extra $650 for my car tabs. Okay? You ready for this? Only to support transit buses that I never use. Do you have a problem with that? Normally your tabs will be like $130 plus $650 for transit. Do you have a problem with that? And if you do, why?
Sorry, it caught out on my phone. I heard the last part, but what was the first part? It was $600.
So your car tabs are $130. And the fee, it's about $650 to benefit or help transit buses. Why?
where are you at? Like, what are, like, obviously, like, this is where the waste, like, comes in. Like, how many bureaucratic processes are there? They have paperwork and everything they have to go through. Like, obviously, this is where I'll agree with you. There is way too much processes. Everything just costs, which I actually don't get how we are adding this up. Like, we have federal employees, they work for the government.
Yep.
Why does it cost us money when every time we go to like court or something? Are we not paying these hourly employees to do a job? Why is there always additional costs involved in a permit or anything? What are we paying for?
Yeah, it's supposed to be for the paperwork, for the the trammers that you got to do. But here's the thing that people ignore about this: who owns the transportation? Who owns the transit?
I have no idea where you live or what.
No, anywhere. Who owns the transit in your city or your state?
Usually they're public or private companies.
Private.
Like,
Private companies, right? So what happens? You're a small business owner, maybe? No? Okay, so what happens if you if your small business cannot sustain itself? Should the government give you money every month so that you can stay in business?
no, definitely not.
Okay, so with transit, if we are not utilizing transit, then it's not needed. And if it's privatized, why are we paying for it? See, that's a problem. And that is where the socialist Democrats today are more like communists, because they want to own everything and tell us what to do with it. And normally we vote. We vote for taxes to be added to, at least in our Constitution here in Washington State, we vote for these things. We voted no, and they still override the voice of Washingtonians, and they implemented it on there. They changed the language so that we don't get to vote on it. But this is what they do. So why would I be punished with my finances when somebody else is the one that is actually using that service? If you're a homeowner, right, shouldn't you just pay taxes so that the roads are paved and taken care of where your house is? Yes. But why would you continue to pay taxes when you already have a concrete or cement road where you live? Or maybe you don't even have pavement. It's all dirt. It's all dirt road. So why are you paying property taxes if nothing's being taken care of? If you think that paying property taxes, it's supposed to give you bridges, roads, that's not what it's for.
No,
you pay
is one of the worst taxes.
Right. So you
nobody can own anything.
So they get the money.
The government they can take your house.
Yeah.
From legal loopholes that they put in place.
Right. So here in Washington State, Washingtonians that pay taxes, that could be residents or citizens, Washingtonians who live here, we pay a sales tax. That sales tax, depending on the county or the city where you live, it goes up and down. It fluctuates. It fluctuates from 8.4, I think, to like 10.5%. So these are sales taxes. Now, the way that we vote for these taxes to be added, okay, well, 3 cents is going to the fire department. We got 4 cents is going to be going to the police department. And then we got 5 cents for this. And then we got 10 cents for this. And then we got, and that's how they add these taxes into the budget so that it supports infrastructure, so that it takes care of the roads, the bridges, etc. And so why they started doing more taxing? Well, here we go. So now for people to do big businesses, right, because we used to have the small, medium, and large corporations, right, and the tax bracket changes according to the size and how much money they make. Sales taxes, it's supposed to take care of the whole budget of the state. And then on top of that, of course, now we pay taxes, right? So we pay our income tax. Federal taxes, which again, most people that are on the lower, class, they don't pay taxes. They get all that money back plus your taxes and my taxes included in there because they didn't make that much money in the year. That's how that works. So the government decides, well, I want to be able, and this is true, and you can look it up, I want to be able to have laser hair removal in prisons and breast implants as a gender care for transgenders. Imagine the logic on this tax. So they added over almost $1 billion for this project that is useless, right? They're saying, we're going to raise your taxes. They added a state income tax, which is unconstitutional in Washington state. They added a 9% up to 9%. It's a progressive tax, 9% on property taxes. They try to freeze rent, which that means that within 2 years, by the time this new tax goes in, it's going to tax the shit out of the people that own properties and that own apartments, etc. And so what do they got to do? They got to raise the rent right now. So they go up to this crazy mark on the market for rent, which makes it very unaffordable for most people. It's all due to a tax, a local tax. Nothing to do with tariffs, by the way. Nothing to do with this war in Iran. This is how it is, and it has been in Washington state for years, even before Trump. So as a person that used to work in real estate, as a leasing agent, and I work in apartment communities, and I work for housing industry, I can tell you that all these things matter. Taxes that go up, cost of doing business, BO tax, payroll tax, they got excise tax. They have all the taxes that they add on this creates a burden for a business, small, medium, or large. And of course, the more money you make, the bigger the burden is, because the higher the taxes is for everything, not just one thing. And then now you have a luxury tax. It's crazy. Raising taxes does not help if the problem is not the taxing system. The problem is the budgeting, the incompetent people behind the budget. If we can get away with charging no taxes on anybody making $75,000 or less, you won't even know the difference. As a matter of fact, you will probably get more money, because you wouldn't have those people that are making $20,000, $30,000. They wouldn't have tens of thousands of dollars back. So without federal taxes under anybody $75,000 under, the government keeps more taxes for themselves. That's where I'm at with that. But nobody can explain that to me from the left. I don't know why. But what do you get out of that information? How can you twist that? Twist it for me.
I'm not twisting. I don't know if you heard. I agreed with most of you on some of these points you made, and you just kept on going with them. Like,
yeah.
I agree with you.
No, I just want you to twist it for me. How can I see it a little different? Do you see anything in there that you can think, oh, shit, that could be different if it's this? Because you gave me the taxes, right, from before, and it made sense.
Nobody wants to pay taxes. Like,
right.
Obviously,
that's the truth.
Worst thing ever, just giving out a quarter of your yearly paycheck out just like that. So obviously, nobody wants to pay taxes.
Yeah.
But then you got to kind of look at like things like, what, 10% of the population of the United States is.
We get this, brother. We get this.
I'm not going to say the word. Even it was the military.
Yeah.
The military has to actually figure out what the best soldier is. Everything. These people cannot do a simple task. Like, they are completely useless to the military. And we're talking 10% of our population. They need help.
Yeah.
Like, this is where Hitler ran into. Like, Hitler's solution was kill them all. Like, obviously not a good solution. Like, it's
right.
Either you pay for them or you kill them. Like, there are no other options.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. I'm with you 100%. I was hoping.
Pay taxes to support these people, like,
which I don't mind.
Christian thing would be to do.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't mind the taxes. I'm just sick and tired of them raising them because they keep wasting our money, and I'm just against that. I'm okay with taxes, but don't waste it. Stop putting a burden. They're chasing the rich people out of our state. We can't do that, man. You gotta listen. If I sacrifice my life, I need to make my money.
30 years they've been saying, Fox News has been going with that story. People are leaving the states. 30 years now, Fox News has been saying the same thing.
Yeah, except we lost 100,000 jobs because companies have left.
The side too, so.
Yeah. Well, here in Washington, we lost 100,000 jobs.
Those states. So yeah, it's not a real thing. If obviously people are going to leave here or there, but it's been 30 years of being told the same thing.
And you haven't seen it? I want you to look this up. Okay? Washington State. Now, just number one, I think somebody mentioned Louisiana, poorest red country. Louisiana is about to get, I think it was $61 or $91 billion this year. This is the money that's coming to Louisiana compared to California. California is losing 60. I think that's how it is. I think California is losing over $61 billion, and Louisiana is getting about $91 billion. I think something like that. Look it up. I will go ahead and continue this later on today, and hopefully I get more calls come in. But we're going to go ahead and talk about that. We're going to talk about the richest Democrat states compared to the poorest Republican states. And I can tell you this, if we have people voting for Democrats and we lose the midterms to Democrats this year, I can tell you something. They're going to be wrong. And by the time they figure out that they're wrong, it's going to be too late. Hey, thank you for calling, brother. I appreciate you.
Yeah, this was awesome talking to you. You were like the first person I've ever wanted to call.
Be blessed, man. Thank you for your call.
Have a good one.
All right, late. Louisiana, what the hell is wrong with that? Jenny, stop trying to correct me. Your accent is just as bad as mine. Stop trying to be white. Oh, man, that was good. I got to tell you, that was good. That was good. I like it when illegal immigrants try to correct my English accent. I think it's funny. And I like it when they try to correct my English. And the only thing that comes to mind, guys, I owe you this. We're going to go ahead and listen to DeSantis later on today. But this is for Jenny and all these illegal immigrants that are in this chat. And this is what I think about your comments. For everybody else, I hope that you enjoy this clip.
Once a stronghold of...
Not there. Yeah, let's see.
Once a stronghold...
So, you guys know what it is already. For all of you guys who are waiting for me to show you, you guys already know what's coming. There you go. This is dedicated to Jenny Oliveira and all the illegal immigrants in my channel. Here you go. Enjoy.
Of forces loyal to captured dictator Saddam Hussein, the city of Tikrit, here in northern Iraq, is now firmly under the control of American forces. Or is it? These members of the Iraqi resistance movement, still loyal to Saddam Hussein, think otherwise.
The Americans tell lies. Each day our forces grow stronger. Each day we move closer to our goal of driving the infidel... What are they?
Nothing. Carry on.
Driving the infidels from our motherland. We are not afraid to... Are they subtitles? They are, aren't they?
No.
Well, what do I need subtitles for? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I studied English at the bloody American University in Cairo.
Well, obviously I can understand what you're saying.
Oh, you see how they condescend to us with their subtitles.
Oh, maybe it's teletext, for the hearing impaired.
Teletext?
No, a lot of TVs come with teletext nowadays.
Wait, say something again.
My friend has an 80-something...
Hey, how come he doesn't need subtitles?
Well, obviously he's comprehensible.
No, and I'm not.
Look, if you...
I speak perfect English. She sells seashells by the seashore. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Round the ragged rocks, Oh!
The situation remains as dangerous and volatile as ever here in northern Iraq. While the rebuilding continues...
What? I can't understand you speak English. Where are your subtitles now? Oh, you think you're so good. Look at me. I got subtitles.
Kerry Downs, Iraq.
Shut up!
Shut up, Jenny. You heard the man. Shut up. Woo! Man, I had a good time. I had a very good time today. We didn't make money today. That's okay. I had a good time. Thank you all for being here with me. For all you libtards out there, come on, you got it. There's hope for you. Here's the thing. You can stop being a libtard. Gotta go pick up the wifey. Gotta pick up my daughter. All my patriots on the chat, thank you so much for your support. I'll see you guys later on the next one today. God bless you. God bless your family. And God bless the US of A. We got to keep supporting the military. We believe they are winners. They fight for us. Even for these ungrateful illegal immigrants on my chat. Jenny, un beso, mi amor. Stay good. Don't be such a bad girl. Cutting Edge, I know you got me. I will see you later today, brother. Be blessed, brother. And I will text you why I'm going to pick them up right now, okay? Peace out.